What does it mean to give your life for a cause? To find love on the edge of death? In Ernest Hemingway's masterpiece, For Whom the Bell Tolls, war is not just a battle outside, it's a war within the human soul. Join us now as we journey into a story of sacrifice, betrayal, and a love that blooms amidst the chaos of war. So now they were in the robe again together, and it was late in the last night. Maria lay close against him, and he felt the long smoothness of her thighs against his, and her breasts like two small hills that rise out of the long plain where there is a well, and the far country beyond the hills was the valley of her throat where his lips were. He lay very quiet and did not think, and she stroked his head with her hand. "Roberto," Maria said very softly and kissed him, "I am ashamed. I do not wish to disappoint thee, but there is a great soreness and much pain. I do not think I would be any good to thee." "There is always a great soreness and much pain," he said. "Nay, rabbit, that is nothing." Chapter 33. It was 2 o'clock in the morning when Pilar waked him. As her hand touched him, he thought at first it was Maria, and he rolled toward her and said, "Rabbit!" Then the woman's big hand shook his shoulder, and he was suddenly, completely, and absolutely awake, and his hand was around the butt of the pistol that lay alongside of his bare right leg, and all of him was as cocked as the pistol, with its safety catch slipped off. In the dark, he saw it was Pilar, and he looked at the dial of his wristwatch, with the two hands shining in the short angle close to the top. And seeing it was only 2, he said, "What passes with thee, woman?" "Pablo is gone," the big woman said to him. Robert Jordan put on his trousers and shoes. Maria had not waked. "When?" he asked. "It must be an hour." "And he has taken something of thine," the woman said miserably. "So what?" "I do not know," she told him. "Come and see." In the dark, they walked over to the entrance of the cave, ducked under the blanket, and went in. Robert Jordan followed her in the dead ashes, bad air, and sleeping men smell of the cave, shining his electric torch so that he would not step on any of those who were sleeping on the floor. Anselmo woke and said, "Is it time?" "No," Robert Jordan whispered. "Sleep, old one." The 2 sacks were at the head of Pilar's bed, which was screened off with a hanging blanket from the rest of the cave. The bed smelt stale and sweat-dried and sickly sweet, the way an Indian's bed does, as Robert Jordan knelt on it and shone the torch on the 2 sacks. There was a long slit from top to bottom in each one. Holding the torch in his left hand, Robert Jordan felt in the first sack with his right hand. This was the one that he carried his robe in, and it should not be very full. It was not very full. There was some wire in it still, but the square wooden box of the exploder was gone. So was the cigar box with the carefully wrapped and packed detonators. So was the screw-top tin with the fuse and the caps. Robert Jordan felt in the other sack. It was still full of explosive. There might be 1 packet missing. He stood up and turned to the woman. There is a hollow, empty feeling that a man can have when he is waked too early in the morning that is almost like the feeling of disaster, and he had this multiplied 1,000 times. "And this is what you call guarding one's materials," he said. "I slept with my head against them and one arm touching them," Pilar told him. "You slept well. "Listen," the woman said. "He got up in the night, and I said, 'Where do you go, Pablo?' 'To urinate, woman,' he told me, and I slept again. When I woke again, I did not know what time had passed, but I thought, when he was not there, that he had gone down to look at the horses, as was his custom. Then," she finished miserably, "when he did not come, I worried, and when I worried, I felt of the sacks to be sure all was well, and there were the slit places, and I came to thee." "Come on," Robert Jordan said. They were outside now, and it was still so near the middle of the night that you could not feel the morning coming. "Can he get out with the horses other ways than by the sentry?" "2 ways." "Who's at the top?" "Eladio." Robert Jordan said nothing more until they reached the meadow where the horses were staked out to feed. There were 3 horses feeding in the meadow. The big bay and the gray were gone. "How long ago do you think it was he left you?" "It must have been an hour." "Then that is that," Robert Jordan said. "I go to get what is left of my sacks and go back to bed. I will guard them." "Que bah, you will guard them. You've guarded them once already." "Inglés," the woman said, "I feel in regard to this as you do. There is nothing I would not do to bring back thy property. You have no need to hurt me. We have both been betrayed by Pablo." As she said this, Robert Jordan realized that he could not afford the luxury of being bitter, that he could not quarrel with this woman. He had to work with this woman on that day that was already 2 hours and more gone. He put his hand on her shoulder. "It is nothing, Pilar," he told her. "What is gone is of small importance. We shall improvise something that will do as well." "But what did he take?" "Nothing, woman. Some luxuries that one permits oneself." "Was it part of thy mechanism for the exploding?" "Yes, but there are other ways to do the exploding. Tell me, did Pablo not have caps and fuse? Surely they would have equipped him with those." "He has taken them," she said miserably. "I looked at once for them. They are gone too." They walked back through the woods to the entrance of the cave. "Get some sleep," he said. "We are better off with Pablo gone. I go to see Eladio. He will have gone another way. I go anyway. I have betrayed thee with my lack of smartness." "Nay," he said. "Get some sleep, woman. We must be under way at 4. He went into the cave with her and brought out the 2 sacks, carrying them held together in both arms so that nothing could spill from the slits. "Let me sew them up. Before we start," he said softly, "I take them not against you, but so that I can sleep. I must have them early to sew them." "You shall have them early," he told her. "Get some sleep, woman." "Nay," she said, "I have failed thee, and I have failed the Republic." "Get thee some sleep, woman," he told her gently. "Get thee some sleep." Chapter 34. The fascists held the crests of the hills here. Then there was a valley that no one held except for a fascist post in a farmhouse with its outbuildings and its barn that they had fortified. Andres, on his way to Goals with the message from Robert Jordan, made a wide circle around this post in the dark. He knew where there was a tripwire laid that fired a set gun, and he located it in the dark, stepped over it, and started along the small stream bordered with poplars whose leaves were moving with the night wind. A cock crowed at the farmhouse that was the fascist post, and as he walked along the stream, he looked back and saw, through the trunks of the poplars, a light showing at the lower edge of one of the windows of the farmhouse. The night was quiet and clear, and Andres left the stream and struck across the meadow. There were 4 haycocks in the meadow that had stood there ever since the fighting in July of the year before. No one had ever carried the hay away, and the 4 seasons that had passed had flattened the cocks and made the hay worthless. Andres thought what a waste it was as he stepped over a tripwire that ran between 2 of the haycocks. But the Republicans would have had to carry the hay up the steep Guadarrama slope that rose beyond the meadow, and the fascists did not need it, I suppose, he thought.
They have all the hay they need and all the grain. They have much, he thought, but we will give them a blow tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning we will give them something for Sordo. What barbarians they are! But in the morning there will be dust on the road. He wanted to get this message taking over and be back for the attack on the posts in the morning. Did he really want to get back, though? Or did he only pretend he wanted to be back? He knew the reprieved feeling he had felt when the Inglis had told him he was to go with the message. He had faced the prospect of the morning calmly.
It was what was to be done. He had voted for it, and would do it. The wiping out of Sordo had impressed him deeply. But after all, that was Sordo. That was not them. What they had to do, they would do. But when the Ingles had spoken to him of the message, he had felt the way he used to feel when he was a boy, and he had wakened in the morning of the festival of his village and heard it raining hard, so that he knew that it would be too wet and that the bull baiting in the square would be cancelled. He loved the bull baiting when he was a boy, and he looked forward to it, and to the moment when he would be in the square in the hot sun and the dust, with the carts ranged all around to close the exits and to make a closed place into which the bull would come, sliding down out of his box, breaking with all 4 feet when they pulled the end gate up. He looked forward with excitement, delight, and sweating fear to the moment when, in the square, he would hear the clatter of the bull's horns knocking against the wood of his traveling box, and then the sight of him as he came, sliding, breaking out into the square, his head up, his nostrils wide, his ears twitching. Dust in the sheen of his black hide, dried crotch splashed on his flanks. Watching his eyes set wide apart, unblinking eyes under the widespread horns as smooth and solid as driftwood polished by the sand, the sharp tips up-tilted so that to see them did something to your heart. He looked forward all the year to that moment when the bull would come out into the square on that day, when you watched his eyes while he made his choice of whom in the square he would attack, in that sudden, head-lowering, horn-reaching, quick cat gallop that stopped your heart dead when it started. He had looked forward to that moment all the year when he was a boy. But the feeling when the Ingles gave the order about the message was the same as when you woke to hear the reprieve of the rain falling on the slate roof, against the stone wall, and into the puddles on the dirt street of the village. He had always been very brave with the bull in those village capillas, as brave as any in the village or of the other nearby villages, and not for anything would he have missed it any year, although he did not go to the capillas of other villages. He was able to wait still when the bull charged, and only jumped aside at the last moment. He waved a sack under his muzzle to draw him off when the bull had someone down, and many times he had held and pulled on the horns when the bull had someone on the ground and pulled sideways on the horn, had slapped and kicked him in the face until he left the man to charge someone else. He had held the bull's tail to pull him away from a fallen man, bracing hard and pulling and twisting.
Once he had pulled the tail around with one hand until he could reach a horn with the other, and when the bull had lifted his head to charge him, he had run backwards, circling with the bull, holding the tail in one hand and the horn in the other, until the crowd had swarmed onto the bull with their knives and stabbed him. In the dust and the heat, the shouting, the bull and man and wine smell, he had been in the first of the crowd that threw themselves onto the bull, and he knew the feeling when the bull rocked and bucked under him, and he lay across the withers with one arm locked around the base of the horn and his hand holding the other horn tight, his fingers locked as his body tossed and wrenched, and his left arm felt as though it would tear from the socket while he lay on the hot, dusty, bristly, tossing slope of muscle. The ear clenched tight in his teeth and drove his knife again and again and again into the swelling, tossing bulge of the neck that was now spouting hot on his fist as he let his weight hang on the high slope of the withers and banged into the neck. The first time he had bit the ear like that and held onto it, his neck and jaws stiffened against the tossing. They had all made fun of him afterwards. But though they joked him about it, they had great respect for him, and every year after that he had to repeat it. They called him the bulldog of Villaconejos, and joked about him eating cattle raw. But everyone in the village looked forward to seeing him do it, and every year he knew that first the bull would come out, then there would be the charges and the tossing, and then, when they yelled for the rush for the killing, he would place himself to rush through the other attackers and leap for his hold. Then, when it was over, and the bull settled and sunk dead finally under the weight of the killers, he would stand up and walk away ashamed of the ear part, but also as proud as a man could be. And he would go through the carts to wash his hands at the stone fountain, and men would clap him on the back and hand him wineskins and say, "Hooray for you, bulldog! Long life to your mother!" Or they would say, "That's what it is to have a pair of cojones, year after year." Andres would be ashamed, empty feeling, proud and happy, and he would shake them all off and wash his hands and his right arm and wash his knife well, and then take one of the wineskins and rinse the ear taste out of his mouth for that year, spitting the wine on the stone flags of the plaza before he lifted the wineskin high and let the wine spurt into the back of his mouth. Surely, he was the bulldog of Villaconejos, and not for anything would he have missed doing it each year in his village. But he knew there was no better feeling than that one, the sound of the rain gave, when he knew he would not have to do it. "But I must go back," he told himself. "There is no question but that I must go back for the affair of the posts and the bridge. My brother Eladio is there, who is of my own bone and flesh. Anselmo, Primitivo, Fernando, Augustine, Raphael, though clearly he is not serious, the two women, Pablo, and the Inglés, though the Inglés does not count since he is a foreigner and under orders. They are all in for it. It is impossible that I should escape this proving through the accident of a message. I must deliver this message now, quickly and well, and then make all haste to return in time for the assault on the posts. It would be ignoble of me not to participate in this action because of the accident of this message. That could not be clearer. And besides," he told himself, as one who suddenly remembers that there will be pleasure too in an engagement, only the onerous aspects of which he has been considering. "And besides, I will enjoy the killing of some facets. It has been too long since we have destroyed any. Tomorrow can be a day of much valid action. Tomorrow can be a day of concrete acts. Tomorrow can be a day which is worth something. That tomorrow should come, and that I should be there." Just then,
As knee-deep in the gorse he climbed the steep slope that led to the Republican lines, a partridge flew up from under his feet, exploding in a whir of wing beats in the dark, and he felt a sudden breath-stopping fright. It is the suddenness, he thought. How can they move their wings that fast? She must be nesting now. I probably trod close to the eggs. If there were not this war, I would tie a handkerchief to the bush and come back in the daytime and search out the nest, and I could take the eggs and put them under a setting hen, and when they hatched, we would have little partridges in the poultry yard, and I would watch them grow, and when they were grown, I'd use them for callers. I wouldn't blind them because they would be tame. Or do you suppose they would fly off? Probably. Then I would have to blind them. But I don't like to do that after I have raised them. I could clip the wings or tether them by one leg when I used them for calling. If there was no war, I would go with Eladio to get crayfish from that stream back there by the fascist post. One time we got 4 dozen from that stream in a day. If we go to the Sierra de Gredos after this of the bridge, there are fine streams there for trout and for crayfish also. I hope we go to Gredos, he thought. We could make a good life in Gredos in the summertime and in the fall, but it would be terribly cold in winter. But by winter, maybe we will have won the war. If our father had not been a Republican, both Eladio and I would be soldiers now with the fascists, and if one were a soldier with them, then there would be no problem. One would obey orders, and one would live or die, and in the end, it would be however it would be. It was easier to live under a regime than to fight it. But this irregular fighting was a thing of much responsibility. There was much worry if you were one to worry. Eladio thinks more than I do. Also, he worries. I believe truly in the cause, and I do not worry. But it is a life of much responsibility. I think that we are born into a time of great difficulty, he thought. I think any other time was probably easier. One suffers little because all of us have been formed to resist suffering. They who suffer are unsuited to this climate. But it is a time of difficult decisions. The fascists attacked and made our decision for us. We fight to live. But I would like to have it so that I could tie a handkerchief to that bush back there and come in the daylight and take the eggs and put them under a hen and be able to see the chicks of the partridge in my own courtyard. I would like such small and regular things. But you have no house and no courtyard in your no house, he thought. You have no family but a brother who goes to battle tomorrow, and you own nothing but the wind and the sun and an empty belly. The wind is small, he thought, and there is no sun. You have 4 grenades in your pocket, but they are only good to throw away. You have a carbine on your back, but it is only good to give away bullets. You have a message to give away. And you're full of crap that you can give to the earth, he grinned in the dark. You can anoint it also with urine. Everything you have is to give. Thou art a phenomenon of philosophy and an unfortunate man, he told himself and grinned again. But for all his noble thinking a little while before, there was in him that reprieved feeling that had always come with the sound of rain in the village on the morning of the fiesta. Ahead of him now, at the top of the ridge, was the government position where he knew he would be challenged. Chapter 35. Robert Jordan lay in the robe beside the girl Maria, who was still sleeping. He lay on his side, turned away from the girl, and he felt her long body against his back, and the touch of it now was just an irony. You, he raged at himself. Yes, you. You told yourself the first time you saw him that when he would be friendly would be when the treachery would come. You damned fool. You utter blasted damned fool. Chuck all that. That's not what you have to do now. What are the chances that he hid them or threw them away? Not so good. Besides, you'd never find them in the dark. He would have kept them. He took some dynamite, too. Ugh, the dirty, vile, treacherous sod. The dirty, rotten crut. Why couldn't he have just mucked off and not have taken the exploder and the detonators? Why was I such an utter goddamned fool as to leave them with that bloody woman? The smart, treacherous, ugly bastard. The dirty cabron. Cut it out and take it easy, he told himself. You had to take chances, and that was the best there was. You're just mucked, he told himself. You're mucked for good and higher than a kite. Keep your damned head and get the anger out, and stop this cheap lamenting like a damned wailing wall. It's gone. God damn you, it's gone. Ugh, damn the dirty swine to hell. You can muck your way out of it. You've got to. You know you've got to blow it if you have to stand there and cut out that stuff too. Why don't you ask your grandfather? Oh, muck my grandfather, and muck this whole treacherous, muck-faced, mucking country, and every mucking Spaniard in it on either side, and to hell forever. Muck them to hell together, Largo, Prieto, Asensio, Miaja, Rojo, all of them. Muck every one of them to death to hell. Muck the whole treachery-ridden country. Muck their egotism and their selfishness, and their selfishness and their egotism and their conceit and their treachery. Muck them to hell and always. Muck them before we die for them. Muck them after we die for them. Muck them to death and hell. God muck Pablo. Pablo is all of them. God pity the Spanish people. Any leader they have will muck them. One good man, Pablo Iglesias, in 2,000 years, and everybody else mucking them. How do we know how he would have stood up in this war? I remember when I thought Largo was okay. Durruti was good, and his own people shot him there at the Puente de los Franceses. Shot him because he wanted them to attack. Shot him in the glorious discipline of indiscipline. The cowardly swine. Oh, muck them all to hell and be damned. And that Pablo that just mucked off with my exploder and my box of detonators, oh, muck him to deepest hell. But no, he's mucked us instead. They always muck you instead, from Cortez and Menendez de Valila down to Miaja. Look at what Miaja did to Kleber, the bald, egotistical swine. The stupid, egg-headed bastard. Muck all the insane, egotistical, treacherous swine that have always governed Spain and ruled her armies. Muck everybody but the people, and then be damned careful what they turn into when they have power. His rage began to thin as he exaggerated more and more and spread his scorn and contempt so widely and unjustly that he could no longer believe in it himself. If that were true, what are you here for? It's not true, and you know it. Look at all the good ones. Look at all the fine ones. He could not bear to be unjust. He hated injustice as he hated cruelty, and he lay in his rage that blinded his mind until gradually the anger died down, and the red, black, blinding, killing anger was all gone, and his mind now as quiet, empty calm, and sharp, cold-seeing as a man is after he has had sexual intercourse with a woman that he does not love. And you poor rabbit. He leaned over and said to Maria, who smiled in her sleep and moved close against him, I would have struck thee there a while back if thou had spoken. What an animal a man is in a rage. He lay close to the girl now with his arms around her and his chin on her shoulder. And lying there, he figured out exactly what he would have to do and how he would have to do it. And it isn't so bad, he thought. It really isn't so bad at all. I don't know whether anyone has ever done it before. But there will always be people who will do it from now on, given a similar jam. If we do it, and if they hear about it. If they hear about it, yes. If they do not, just wonder how it was we did it. We are too short of people, but there is no sense to worry about that. I will do the bridge with what we have. God, I'm glad I got over being angry. It was like not being able to breathe in a storm. That being angry is another damned luxury you can't afford. It's all figured out, guapa, he said softly against Maria's shoulder. You haven't been bothered by any of it. You have not known about it. We'll be killed, but we'll blow the bridge. You have not had to worry about it. That isn't much of a wedding present. But is not a good night's sleep supposed to be priceless? You had a good night's sleep. See if you can wear that like a ring on your finger. Sleep, guapa. Sleep well, my beloved. I do not wake thee. That is all I can do for thee now. He lay there holding her very lightly, feeling her breathe and feeling her heartbeat, and keeping track of the time on his wristwatch. Chapter 36. Andres had challenged at the government position. That is, he had lain down where the ground fell sharply away below the triple belt of wire and shouted up at the rock and earth parapet. There was no continual defensive line, and he could easily have passed this position in the dark and made his way farther into the government territory before running into someone who would challenge him. But it seemed safer and simpler to get it over here. "Salud!" he had shouted. "Salud, milicianos!" He heard a bolt snick as it was pulled back. Then, from farther down the parapet, a rifle fired. There was a crashing crack and a downward stab of yellow in the dark. Andres had flattened at the click, the top of his head hard against the ground. "Don't shoot, comrades!" Andres shouted. "Don't shoot! I want to come in!" "How many are you?" someone called from behind the parapet. "One, me, alone." "Who are you?" "Andres Lopez of Villaconejos, from the band of Pablo, with a message. Have your rifle and equipment." "Yes, man. We can take in none without rifle and equipment," the voice said, "nor in larger groups than 3. "I am alone," Andres shouted. "It is important. Let me come in." He could hear them talking behind the parapet, but not what they were saying. Then the voice shouted again, "How many are you?" "One, me, alone, for the love of God." They were talking behind the parapet again. Then the voice came, "Listen, fascist." I am not a fascist, Andres shouted. I am a guerrillero from the band of Pablo. I come with a message for the general staff. He's crazy, he heard someone say. Toss a bomb at him. Listen, Andres said. I am alone. I am completely by myself. Obscenity in the midst of the holy mysteries, that I am alone. Let me come in. He speaks like a Christian, he heard someone say and laugh. Then someone else said, the best thing is to toss a bomb down on him. No, Andres shouted. That would be a great mistake. This is important. Let me come in. It was for this reason that he had never enjoyed trips back and forth between the lines. Sometimes it was better than others, but it was never good. You are alone, the voice called down again. Me cago en la leche, Andres shouted. How many times must I tell thee, I am alone? Then, if you should be alone, stand up and hold thy rifle over thy head. Andres stood up and put the carbine above his head, holding it in both hands. Now come through the wire. We have thee covered with the machina, the voice called. Andres was in the first zigzag belt of wire. I need my hands to get through the wire, he shouted. Keep them up, the voice commanded. I am held fast by the wire, Andres called. It would have been simpler to have thrown a bomb at him, a voice said. Let him sling his rifle, another voice said. He cannot come through there with his hands above his head. Use a little reason. All these fascists are the same, the other voice said. They demand one condition after another. Listen, Andres shouted. I am no fascist, but a guerrillero from the band of Pablo. We've killed more fascists than the typhus. I have never heard of the band of Pablo, the man who was evidently in command of the post said. Neither of Peter, nor of Paul, nor of any of the other saints, nor apostles, nor of their bands. Sling thy rifle over thy shoulder, and use thy hands to come through the wire. Before we loose the machina on thee, another shouted. Que poco amable sois, Andres said. You're not very amiable. He was working his way through the wire. Amables, someone shouted at him. We are in a war, man. It begins to appear so, Andres said. What's he say? Andres heard a bolt click again. Nothing, he shouted. I say nothing. Do not shoot until I get through this fornicating wire. Don't speak badly of our wire, someone shouted, or we'll toss a bomb on you. Quiero decir que buena alambrada. What beautiful wire. God in a latrine. What lovely wire. Soon I will be with thee, brothers. Throw a bomb at him, he heard the one voice say. I tell you, that's the soundest way to deal with the whole thing. Brothers, Andres said. He was wet through with sweat, and he knew the bomb advocate was perfectly capable of tossing a grenade at any moment. I have no importance. I believe it, the bomb man said. You are right, Andres said. He was working carefully through the third belt of wire, and he was very close to the parapet. I have no importance of any kind, but the affair is serious. Muy serio. There is no more serious thing than liberty, the bomb man shouted. Thou thinkest there is anything more serious than liberty? He asked challengingly. No, man, Andres said, relieved. He knew now he was up against the crazies, the ones with the black and red scarves. Viva la libertad!
Viva la FAI! Viva la CNT! They shouted back at him from the parapet. Viva el anarco-sindicalismo and liberty! Viva nosotros! Andrés shouted. Long life to us!
He is a co-religionary of ours, the bomb man said, and I might have killed him with this. He looked at the grenade in his hand and was deeply moved as Andrés climbed over the parapet. Putting his arms around him, the grenade still in one hand, so that it rested against Andrés's shoulder blade as he embraced him, the bomb man kissed him on both cheeks. I am content that nothing happened to thee, brother, he said. I am very content. Where is thy officer? Andrés asked. I command here, a man said. Let me see thy papers. He took them into a dugout and looked at them with the light of a candle. There was the little square of folded silk with the colors of the Republic and the seal of the SIM in the center. There was the salvoconducto, or safe conduct pass, giving his name, age, height, birthplace, and mission that Robert Jordan had written out on a sheet from his notebook and sealed with the SIM rubber stamp. And there were the 4 folded sheets of the dispatch to goals, which were tied around with a cord and sealed with wax, and the impression of the metal SIM. M. Seal, that was set in the top end of the wooden handle of the rubber stamp. This I have seen, the man in command of the post said, and handed back the piece of silk. This you all have, I know, but its possession proves nothing without this. He lifted the salvoconducto and read it through again. Where were you born? Villaconejos, Andrés said. And what do they raise there? Melons, Andrés said, as all the world knows. Who do you know there? Why, are you from there? Nay, but I have been there. I am from Aranjuez. Ask me about anyone. Describe José Rincón. Who keeps the bodega? Naturally. With a shaved head and a big belly and a cast in one eye. Then this is valid, the man said, and handed him back the paper. But what do you do on their side? Our father had installed himself at Villa Castín before the movement, Andrés said. Down there, beyond the mountains on the plain. It was there we were surprised by the movement. Since the movement, I have fought with the band of Pablo, but I am in a great hurry, man, to take that dispatch. How goes it in the country of the fascists? The man commanding asked. He was in no hurry. Today we had much tomate, Andrés said proudly. Today there was plenty of dust on the road all day. Today they wiped out the band of Sordo. And who is Sordo? The other asked deprecatingly. The leader of one of the best bands in the mountains. All of you should come into the Republic and join the army, the officer said. There is too much of this silly guerrilla nonsense going on. All of you should come in and submit to our libertarian discipline. Then, when we wish to send out guerrillas, we would send them out as they are needed. Andrés was a man endowed with almost supreme patience. He had taken the coming in through the wire calmly. None of this examination had flustered him. He found it perfectly normal that this man should have no understanding of them, nor of what they were doing, and that he should talk idiocy was to be expected. That it should all go slowly should be expected too. But now he wished to go. Listen, compadre, he said. It is very possible that you are right,
But I have orders to deliver that dispatch to the general commanding the 35th Division, which makes an attack at daylight in these hills. And it is already late at night, and I must go."
"What attack? What do you know of an attack?" "Nay, I know nothing, but I must go now to Navacerrada and go on from there. Wilt thou send me to thy commander, who will give me transport to go on from there? Send one with me now to respond to him that there be no delay." "I distrust all of this greatly," he said. "It might have been better to have shot thee as thou approached the wire." "You have seen my papers, comrade, and I have explained my mission," Andres told him patiently.
"Papers can be forged," the officer said. "Any fascist could invent such a mission. I will go with thee myself to the commander." "Good," Andres said. "That you should come, but that we should go quickly." "Thou, Sanchez, thou commandest in my place," the officer said. "Thou knowest thy duties as well as I do. I take this so-called comrade to the commander."
They started down the shallow trench behind the crest of the hill, and in the dark, Andreas smelt the foulness the defenders of the hill crest had made all through the bracken on that slope. He did not like these people, who were like dangerous children, dirty, foul, undisciplined, kind, loving, silly, and ignorant, but always dangerous because they were armed. He, Andres, was without politics, except that he was for the Republic. He had heard these people talk many times, and he thought what they said was often beautiful and fine to hear, but he did not like them. It is not liberty not to bury the mess one makes, he thought. No animal has more liberty than the cat, but it buries the mess it makes. The cat is the best anarchist. Until they learn that from the cat, I cannot respect them. Ahead of him, the officer stopped suddenly. "You have your carabine still," he said. "Yes," Andres said. "Why not?" "Give it to me," the officer said. "You could shoot me in the back with it." "Why?" Andres asked him. "Why would I shoot thee in the back?" "One never knows," the officer said. "I trust no one. Give me the carbine." Andres unslung it and handed it to him. "If it pleases thee to carry it," he said. "It is better," the officer said. "We are safer that way." They went on down the hill in the dark. Chapter 37. Now Robert Jordan lay with the girl, and he watched time passing on his wrist. It went slowly, almost imperceptibly, for it was a small watch, and he could not see the second hand. But as he watched the minute hand, he found he could almost check its motion with his concentration. The girl's head was under his chin, and when he moved his head to look at the watch, he felt the cropped head against his cheek, and it was as soft, but as alive and silkily rolling as when a marten's fur rises under the caress of your hand, when you spread the trap jaws open and lift the marten clear, and, holding it, stroke the fur smooth. His throat swelled when his cheek moved against Maria's hair, and there was a hollow aching from his throat all through him as he held his arms around her. His head dropped, his eyes close to the watch, where the lance-pointed, luminous splinter moved slowly up the left face of the dial. He could see its movement clearly and steadily now, and he held Maria close now to slow it. He did not want to wake her, but he could not leave her alone now in this last time, and he put his lips behind her ear and moved them up along her neck, feeling the smooth skin and the soft touch of her hair on them. He could see the hand moving on the watch, and he held her tighter and ran the tip of his tongue along her cheek and onto the lobe of her ear and along the lovely convolutions to the sweet, firm rim at the top, and his tongue was trembling. He felt the trembling run through all of the hollow aching, and he saw the hand of the watch now mounting in sharp angle toward the top where the hour was. Now, while she still slept, he turned her head and put his lips to hers.
They lay there, just touching lightly against the sleep-firm mouth, and he swung them softly across it, feeling them brush lightly. He turned himself toward her, and he felt her shiver along the long, light, lovely body, and then she sighed, sleeping, and then she, still sleeping, held him too, and then, unsleeping, her lips were against his firm and hard and pressing, and he said, "But the pain?" And she said, "Nay, there is no pain." "Rabbit, nay, speak not. My rabbit, speak not, speak not." Then they were together, so that as the hand on the watch moved, unseen now, they knew that nothing could ever happen to the one that did not happen to the other, that no other thing could happen more than this, that this was all and always. This was what had been, and now, and whatever was to come. This that they were not to have, they were having. They were having now, and before, and always, and now, and now, and now. Oh, now, 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 the only now, and above all now, and there is no other now but thou now. And now is thy prophet, now and forever now. Come now, now, for there is no now but now. Yes, now. Now, please now, only now. Not anything else, only this now. And where are you, and where am I, and where is the other one? And not why, not ever why, only this now. And on and always, please, then always now, for now always one now, one, only one. There is no other one but one now, one, going now, rising now, sailing now, leaving now, wheeling now, soaring now, away now, all the way now, all of all the way now. One and one is one, is one, is one, is one, is still one, is still one, is one descendingly, is one softly, is one longingly, is one kindly, is one happily, is one in goodness, is one to cherish, is one now on earth, with elbows against the cut and slept-on branches of the pine tree, with the smell of the pine boughs and the night, to earth conclusively now, and with the morning of the day to come. Then he said, for the other was only in his head, and he had said nothing, "Oh, Maria, I love thee, and I thank thee for this." Maria said, "Do not speak. It is better if we do not speak. I must tell thee, for it is a great thing." "Nay." "Rabbit?" But she held him tight and turned her head away, and he asked softly, "Is it pain, Rabbit?" "Nay," she said. "It is that I am thankful too to have been another time in La Gloria." Then afterwards they lay quiet, side by side, all length of ankle, thigh, hip, and shoulder touching, Robert Jordan now with the watch where he could see it again, And Maria said, "We have had much good fortune." "Yes," he said, "we are people of much luck." "There is not time to sleep." "No," he said, "it starts soon now." "Then if we must rise, let us go to get something to eat." "All right." Thou art not worried about anything." "No." "Truly?" "No, not now. But thou hast worried before." "For a while." "Is it aught I can help?" "Nay," he said. "You have helped enough." That was for me. "That was for us both," he said. "No one is there alone. Come, Rabbit, let us dress." But his mind, that was his best companion, was thinking La Gloria. She said La Gloria. It has nothing to do with glory, nor la gloire that the French write and speak about. It is the thing that is in the Cante Hondo and in the Saetas. It is in Greco and in San Juan de la Cruz, of course, and in the others. I am no mystic, but to deny it is as ignorant as though you denied the telephone, or that the earth revolves around the sun, or that there are other planets than this. How little we know of what there is to know! I wish that I were going to live a long time, instead of going to die today, because I have learned much about life in these 4 days, more, I think, than in all the other time. I'd like to be an old man and to really know. I wonder if you keep on learning, or if there is only a certain amount each man can understand. I thought I knew about so many things that I know nothing of. I wish there was more time. "You taught me a lot, Guapa," he said in English. "What did you say?" "I have learned much from thee." "Que va," she said. "It is thou who art educated." Educated, he thought. I have the very smallest beginnings of an education. The very small beginnings. If I die on this day, it is a waste, because I know a few things now. I wonder if you only learn them now because you are oversensitized, because of the shortness of the time. There is no such thing as a shortness of time, though. You should have sense enough to know that, too. I have been all my life in these hills since I have been here. Anselmo is my oldest friend. I know him better than I know Charles, than I know Chubb, than I know Guy, than I know Mike, and I know them well. Augustine, with his vile mouth, is my brother, and I never had a brother. Maria is my true love and my wife. I never had a true love. I never had a wife. She is also my sister, and I never had a sister, and my daughter, and I never will have a daughter. I hate to leave a thing that is so good. He finished tying his rope-soled shoes. I find life very interesting, he said to Maria. She was sitting beside him on the robe, her hands clasped around her ankles. Someone moved the blanket aside from the entrance to the cave, and they both saw the light. It was night still, and here was no promise of morning, except that as he looked up through the pines, he saw how low the stars had swung. The morning would be coming fast now in this month. "Roberto," Maria said. "Yes, Guapa." "In this of today we will be together, will we not? After the start, yes. Not at the start. No. Thou wilt be with the horses." "I cannot be with thee." "No. I have work that only I can do, and I would worry about thee." "But you will come fast when it is done." "Very fast," he said, and grinned in the dark. "Come, Guapa, let us go and eat."
And thy robe? Roll it up, if it pleases thee. It pleases me, she said. I will help thee. Nay, let me do it alone. She knelt to spread and roll the robe, then changed her mind and stood up and shook it so it flapped. Then she knelt down again to straighten it and roll it. Robert Jordan picked up the 2 packs, holding them carefully so that nothing would spill from the slits in them, and walked over through the pines to the cave mouth where the smoky blanket hung. It was 10 minutes to 3 by his watch when he pushed the blanket aside with his elbow and went into the cave. Chapter 38. They were in the cave, and the men were standing before the fire Maria was fanning. Pilar had coffee ready in a pot. She had not gone back to bed at all since she had roused Robert Jordan, and now she was sitting on a stool in the smoky cave, sewing the rip in one of Jordan's packs. The other pack was already sewed. The firelight lit up her face. "Take more of the stew," she said to Fernando. "What does it matter if thy belly should be full? There is no doctor to operate if you take a goring." "Don't speak that way, woman," Augustin said. "Thou hast the tongue of the great whore." He was leaning on the automatic rifle, its legs folded close against the fretted barrel. His pockets were full of grenades. A sack of pans hung from one shoulder, and a full bandolier of ammunition hung over the other shoulder. He was smoking a cigarette, and he held a bowl of coffee in one hand and blew smoke onto its surface as he raised it to his lips. "Thou art a walking hardware store," Pilar said to him. "Thou canst not walk 100 yards with all that." "Que va, woman," Augustin said. "It is all downhill." "There is a climb to the post," Fernando said, "before the downward slope commences." "I will climb it like a goat," Augustin said. "And thy brother?" he asked Eladio. "Thy famous brother has mucked off." Eladio was standing against the wall. "Shut up," he said. He was nervous, and he knew they all knew it. He was always nervous and irritable before action. He moved from the wall to the table and began filling his pockets with grenades from one of the rawhide-covered panniers that leaned open against the table leg. Robert Jordan squatted by the pannier beside him. He reached into the pannier and picked out 4 grenades. 3 were the oval mill bomb type, serrated, heavy iron with a spring lever held down in position by a cotter pin with a pulling rig attached. "Where did these come from?" he asked Eladio. Those are from the Republic. The old man brought them." "How are they?" "Valen más que pesan," Eladio said. "They are worth a fortune apiece." "I brought those," Anselmo said. 60 in one pack. 90 pounds, Inglis. "Have you used those?" Robert Jordan asked Pilar. "Que ba have we used them," the woman said. "It was with those Pablo slew the post at Otero." When she mentioned Pablo, Augustin started cursing. Robert Jordan saw the look on Pilar's face in the firelight. "Leave it," she said to Augustin sharply. "It does no good to talk." "Have they always exploded?" Robert Jordan held the gray-painted grenade in his hand, trying the bend of the cotter pin with his thumbnail. "Always," Eladio said. "There was not a dud in any of that lot we used." "And how quickly?" "In the distance one can throw it. Quickly enough." "And these?" He held up a soup tin-shaped bomb with a tape wrapping around a wire loop. "They are a garbage," Eladio told him. "They blow. Yes, but it is all flash and no fragments." "But
Do they always blow? Give always, Pilar said. There is no always either with our munitions or theirs. But you said the other always blew. Not me, Pilar told him. You asked another, not me. I have seen no always in any of that stuff. They all blew, Eladio insisted. Speak the truth, woman. How do you know they all blew? Pilar asked him. It was Pablo who threw them. You killed no one at Otero. That son of the great whore, Augustine began. Leave it alone, Pilar said sharply. Then she went on. They are all much the same, Inglis, but the corrugated ones are more simple. I'd better use one of each on each set, Robert Jordan thought, but the serrated type will lash easier and more securely. Are you going to be throwing bombs, Inglis? Augustine asked. Why not? Robert Jordan said. But crouched there, sorting out the grenades, what he was thinking was, it is impossible. How I could have deceived myself about it, I do not know. We were as sunk when they attacked Sordo, as Sordo was sunk when the snow stopped. It is that you can't accept it. You have to go on and make a plan that you know is impossible to carry out. You made it, and now you know it is no good. It's no good now, in the morning. You can take either of the posts absolutely okay with what you've got here, but you can't take them both. You can't be sure of it, I mean. Don't deceive yourself. Not when the daylight comes. Trying to take them both will never work. Pablo knew that all the time. I suppose he always intended to muck off, but he knew we were cooked when Sordo was attacked. You can't base an operation on the presumption that miracles are going to happen. You will kill them all off and not even get your bridge blown if you have nothing better than what you have now. You will kill off Pilar, Anselmo, Augustine, Primitivo, this jumpy Eladio, the worthless gypsy, and old Fernando, and you won't get your bridge blown. Do you suppose there will be a miracle and Goals will get the message from Andres and stop it? If there isn't, you are going to kill them all off with those orders. Maria, too. You'll kill her too with those orders. Can't you even get her out of it? God damn Pablo to hell, he thought. No, don't get angry. Getting angry is as bad as getting scared. But instead of sleeping with your girl, you should have ridden all night through these hills with the woman to try to dig up enough people to make it work. Yes, he thought. And if anything happened to me so I was not here to blow it, yes, that. That's why you weren't out. And you couldn't send anybody out because you couldn't run a chance of losing them and being short one more. You had to keep what you had and make a plan to do it with them. But your plan stinks. It stinks, I tell you. It was a night plan, and it's morning now. Night plans aren't any good in the morning. The way you think at night is no good in the morning. So, now you know it is no good. What if John Mosby did get away with things as impossible as this? Sure he did. Much more difficult. And remember, do not undervalue the element of surprise. Remember that. Remember, it isn't goofy if you can make it stick. But that is not the way you are supposed to make it. You should make it not only possible, but sure. But look at how it all has gone. Well, it was wrong in the first place, and such things accentuate disaster as a snowball rolls up wet snow.
He looked up from where he was squatted by the table and saw Maria, and she smiled at him. He grinned back with the front of his face and selected 4 more grenades and put them in his pockets. I could unscrew the detonators and just use them, he thought, but I don't think the fragmentation will have any bad effect. It will come instantaneously with the explosion of the charge, and it won't disperse it. At least, I don't think it will. I'm sure it won't. Have a little confidence, he told himself. And you, last night, thinking about how you and your grandfather were so terrific and your father was a coward. Show yourself a little confidence now. He grinned at Maria again, but the grin was still no deeper than the skin that felt tight over his cheekbones and his mouth. She thinks you're wonderful, he thought. I think you stink. And the Gloria and all that nonsense that you had? You had wonderful ideas, didn't you? You had this world all taped, didn't you? The hell with all of that. Take it easy, he told himself. Don't get into a rage. That's just a way out, too. There are always ways out. You've got to bite on the nail now. There isn't any need to deny everything there's been just because you are going to lose it. Don't be like some damned snake with a broken back biting at itself. And your back isn't broken either, you hound. Wait until you're hurt before you start to cry. Wait until the fight before you get angry. There's lots of time for it in a fight. It will be some use to you in a fight. Pilar came over to him with the bag. It is strong now, she said. Those grenades are very good, Ingles. You can have confidence in them. How do you feel, woman? She looked at him and shook her head and smiled. He wondered how far into her face the smile went. It looked deep enough. Good, she said, dentro de la gravedad. Then she said, squatting by him, how does it seem to thee now that it is really starting? That we are few, Robert Jordan said to her quickly. To me, too, she said, very few. Then she said, still to him alone, the Maria can hold the horses by herself. I am not needed for that. We will hobble them. They are cavalry horses, and the firing will not panic them. I will go to the lower post and do that which was the duty of Pablo. In this way we are one more. Good, he said. I thought you might wish to. Nay, Ingles, Pilar said, looking at him closely. Do not be worried. All will be well. Remember, they expect no such thing to come to them. Yes, Robert Jordan said. One other thing, Ingles, Pilar said as softly as her harsh whisper could be soft. In that thing of the hand? What thing of the hand? He said angrily. Nay, listen. Do not be angry, little boy. In regard to that thing of the hand, that is all gypsy nonsense that I make to give myself an importance. There is no such thing. Leave it alone, he said coldly. Nay, she said harshly and lovingly. It is just a lying nonsense that I make. I would not have thee worry in the day of battle. I am not worried, Robert Jordan said. Yes, Ingles, she said. Thou art very worried. For good cause. But all will be well, Ingles. It is for this that we are born. I don't need a political commissar, Robert Jordan told her. She smiled at him again, smiling fairly and truly, with the harsh lips and the wide mouth, and said, I care for thee very much, Ingles. I don't want that now, he said. Ni tú, ni Dios. Yes, Pilar said in that husky whisper. I know. I only wished to tell thee. And do not worry. We will do all very well. "Why not?" Robert Jordan said, and the very thinnest edge of the skin in front of his face smiled. "Of course we will. All will be well." "When do we go?" Pilar asked. Robert Jordan looked at his watch. "Any time," he said. He handed one of the packs to Anselmo. "How are you doing, old one?" he asked. The old man was finishing whittling the last of a pile of wedges he had copied from a model Robert Jordan had given him. These were extra wedges, in case they should be needed. "Well," the old man said, and nodded. "So far, very well." He held his hand out. "Look," he said, and smiled. His hands were perfectly steady. "Bueno, and qué?" Robert Jordan said to him. "I can always keep the whole hand steady. Point with one finger." Anselmo pointed. The finger was trembling. He looked at Robert Jordan and shook his head. "Mine too," Robert Jordan showed him. "Always. That is normal." "Not for me," Fernando said. He put his right forefinger out to show them. Then the left forefinger. "Canst thou spit?" Augustine asked him, and winked at Robert Jordan. Fernando hocked and spat proudly onto the floor of the cave, then rubbed it in the dirt with his foot. "You filthy mule," Pilar said to him. "Spit in the fire if thou must vaunt thy courage." "I would not have spat on the floor, Pilar, if we were not leaving this place," Fernando said primly. "Be careful where you spit today," Pilar told him. "It may be some place you will not be leaving." "That one speaks like a black cat," Augustine said. He had the nervous necessity to joke that is another form of what they all felt. "I joke," said Pilar. "Me too," said Augustine. "But me cago en la leche, but I will be content when it starts." "Where is the gypsy?" Robert Jordan asked Eladio. "With the horses," Eladio said. "You can see him from the cave mouth." "How is he?" Eladio grinned. "With much fear," he said. It reassured him to speak of the fear of another. "Listen, Inglés," Pilar began. Robert Jordan looked toward her, and as he did, he saw her mouth open and the unbelieving look come on her face, and he swung toward the cave mouth, reaching for his pistol. There, holding the blanket aside with one hand, the short automatic rifle muzzle with its flash cone jutting above his shoulder, was Pablo, standing short, wide, bristly-faced, his small, red-rimmed eyes looking toward no one in particular. "Thou!" Pilar said to him, unbelieving. "Thou!" "Me," said Pablo, evenly. He came into the cave. "Hola, Inglés," he said. "I have 5 from the bands of Elias and Alejandro above with their horses." "And the exploder and the detonators," Robert Jordan said, "and the other material." "I threw them down the gorge into the river," Pablo said, still looking at no one. "But I have thought of a way to detonate using a grenade." "So have I," Robert Jordan said. "Have you a drink of anything?" Pablo asked wearily. Robert Jordan handed him the flask, and he swallowed fast, then wiped his mouth on the back of his hand. "What passes with you?" Pilar asked. "Nada," Pablo said, wiping his mouth again. "Nothing. I have come back." "But what?" "Nothing. I had a moment of weakness. I went away, but I am come back." He turned to Robert Jordan. "En el fondo no soy cobarde," he said. "At bottom, I am not a coward." "But you are very many other things," Robert Jordan thought. "Damned if you're not. But I'm glad to see you, you son of a bitch." 5 was all I could get from Elias and Alejandro, Pablo said. "I have ridden since I left here. 9 of you could never have done it."
Never. I knew that last night when the Inglés explained it. Never. There are 7 men and a corporal at the lower post. Suppose there is an alarm, or that they fight. He looked at Robert Jordan now. When I left, I thought you would know that it was impossible and would give it up. Then, after I had thrown away thy material, I saw it in another manner. I am glad to see thee, Robert Jordan said. He walked over to him. We are all right with the grenades. That will work. The other does not matter now. Nay, Pablo said, I do nothing for thee. Thou art a thing of bad omen. All of this comes from thee, Sordo also. But after I had thrown away thy material, I found myself too lonely. Thy mother, Pilar said. So I rode for the others to make it possible for it to be successful. I have brought the best that I could get. I have left them at the top so I could speak to you first. They think I am the leader. Thou art, Pilar said, if thee wishes. Pablo looked at her and said nothing. Then he said simply and quietly, I have thought much since the thing of Sordo. I believe if we must finish together. But thou, Inglés, I hate thee for bringing this to us. But Pablo, Fernando began, his pockets full of grenades, a bandolier of cartridges over his shoulder, still wiping in his pan of stew with a piece of bread. Do you not believe the operation can be successful? Night before last you said you were convinced it would be. Give him some more stew, Pilar said viciously to Maria. Then to Pablo, her eyes softening. So you have come back, eh? Yes, woman, Pablo said. Well, thou art welcome, Pilar said to him. I did not think thou couldst be the ruin thou appeared to be. Having done such a thing, there is a loneliness that cannot be borne, Pablo said to her quietly. That cannot be borne, she mocked him. That cannot be borne by thee for 15 minutes. Do not mock me, woman. I have come back. And thou art welcome, she said. Didst not hear me the first time? Drink thy coffee and let us go. So much theater tires me. Is that coffee? Pablo asked. Certainly, Fernando said. Give me some, Maria, Pablo said. How art thou? He did not look at her. Well, Maria told him and brought him a bowl of coffee. Do you want stew? Pablo shook his head. No me gusta estar solo, Pablo went on explaining to Pilar as though the others were not there. I do not like to be alone. ¿Sabes? Yesterday, all day alone, working for the good of all, I was not lonely. But last night, hombre, que mal lo pasé. Thy predecessor, the famous Judas Iscariot, hanged himself. Don't talk to me that way, woman, Pablo said. Have you not seen? I am back. Don't talk of Judas nor nothing of that. I am back. How are these people thee brought? Pilar asked him. Hast brought anything worth bringing? Son buenos, Pablo said. He took a chance and looked at Pilar squarely, then looked away. Buenos y bobos, good ones and stupids, ready to die and all. A tu gusto, according to thy taste, the way you like them. Pablo looked Pilar in the eyes again, and this time he did not look away. He kept on looking at her squarely with his small, red-rimmed pig eyes. Thou, she said, and her husky voice was fond again. Thou. I suppose if a man has something once, always something of it remains.
Listo, Pablo said, looking at her squarely and flatly now. I am ready for what the day brings. I believe thou art back, Pilar said to him. I believe it. But, hombre, thou wert a long way gone. Lend me another swallow from thy bottle, Pablo said to Robert Jordan, and then let us be going. Chapter 39. In the dark, they came up the hill, through the timber, to the narrow pass at the top. They were all loaded heavily, and they climbed slowly. The horses had loads too, packed over the saddles. We can cut them loose if it is necessary, Pilar had said. But with that, if we can keep it, we can make another camp. And the rest of the ammunition? Robert Jordan had asked as they lashed the packs. In those saddlebags. Robert Jordan felt the weight of his heavy pack, the dragging on his neck from the pull of his jacket with its pockets full of grenades, the weight of his pistol against his thigh, and the bulging of his trouser pockets where the clips for the submachine gun were. In his mouth was the taste of the coffee. In his right hand he carried the submachine gun, and with his left hand he reached and pulled up the collar of his jacket to ease the pull of the pack straps. Inglés, Pablo said to him, walking close beside him in the dark. What, man? These I have brought. Think this is to be successful because I have brought them, Pablo said. Do not say anything to disillusion them. Good, Robert Jordan said, but let us make it successful. They have 5 horses, sabes, Pablo said cautiously. Good, said Robert Jordan. We will keep all the horses together. Good, said Pablo, and nothing more. I didn't think you had experienced any complete conversion on the road to Tarsus, old Pablo, Robert Jordan thought. No, your coming back was miracle enough. I don't think there will ever be any problem about canonizing you. With those 5, I will deal with the lower post as well as Sordo would have, Pablo said. I will cut the wire and fall back upon the bridge as we convened. We went over this all 10 minutes ago, Robert Jordan thought. I wonder why this now? There is a possibility of making it to Gredos, Pablo said. Truly, I have thought much of it. I believe you've had another flash in the last few minutes, Robert Jordan said to himself. You have had another revelation. But you're not going to convince me that I am invited. No, Pablo, do not ask me to believe too much. Ever since Pablo had come into the cave and said he had 5 men, Robert Jordan felt increasingly better. Seeing Pablo again had broken the pattern of tragedy into which the whole operation had seemed grooved ever since the snow. And since Pablo had been back, he felt not that his luck had turned, since he did not believe in luck, but that the whole thing had turned for the better, and that now it was possible. Instead of the surety of failure, he felt confidence rising in him as a tire begins to fill with air from a slow pump. There was little difference at first, although there was a definite beginning, as when the pump starts and the rubber of the tube crawls a little. But it came now as steadily as a tide rising or the sap rising in a tree, until he began to feel the first edge of that negation of apprehension that often turned into actual happiness before action. This was the greatest gift that he had, the talent that fitted him for war. That ability not to ignore, but to despise whatever bad ending there could be. This quality was destroyed by too much responsibility for others, or the necessity of undertaking something ill-planned or badly conceived. For in such things, the bad ending, Failure could not be ignored. It was not simply a possibility of harm to oneself, which could be ignored. He knew he himself was nothing, and he knew death was nothing. He knew that truly as he knew anything. In the last few days, he had learned that he himself, with another person, could be everything. But inside himself, he knew that this was the exception. That we have had, he thought, in that I have been most fortunate. That was given to me, perhaps, because I never asked for it. That cannot be taken away, nor lost. But that is over and done with now, on this morning, and what there is to do now is our work. And you, he said to himself, I am glad to see you getting a little something back that was badly missing for a time. But you were pretty bad back there. I was ashamed enough of you there for a while. Only I was you. There wasn't any me to judge you. We were all in bad shape, you and me, and both of us. Come on now. Quit thinking like a schizophrenic. One at a time now. You're all right again now. But listen, you must not think of the girl all day ever. You can do nothing now to protect her except to keep her out of it, and that you are doing. There are evidently going to be plenty of horses if you can believe the signs. The best thing you can do for her is to do the job well and fast and get out. And thinking of her will only handicap you in this, so do not think of her ever. Having thought this out, he waited until Maria came up walking with Pilar and Raphael and the horses. "Hi, guapa," he said to her in the dark. "How are you?" "I am well, Roberto," she said. "Don't worry about anything," he said to her, and shifting the gun to his left hand, he put a hand on her shoulder. "I do not," she said. "It is all very well organized," he told her. "Raphael will be with thee with the horses." "I would rather be with thee." "Nay, the horses is where thou art most useful." "Good," she said. "There I will be." Just then, one of the horses whinnied, and from the open place below the opening through the rocks, a horse answered, the neigh rising into a shrill, sharply broken quaver. Robert Jordan saw the bulk of the new horses ahead in the dark. He pressed forward and came up to them with Pablo. The men were standing by their mounts. "Salud," Robert Jordan said. "Salud," they answered in the dark. He could not see their faces. "This is the Inglés who comes with us," Pablo said, "the dynamiter." No one said anything to that. Perhaps they nodded in the dark. "Let us get going, Pablo," one man said. "Soon we will have the daylight on us." "Did you bring any more grenades?" another asked. "Plenty," said Pablo. "Supply yourselves when we leave the animals." "Then let us go," another said. "We've been waiting here half the night." "Hola, Pilar," another said as the woman came up. "Que me maten, if it is not Pepe," Pilar said huskily. "How are you, shepherd?" "Good," said the man, "dentro de la gravedad." "What are you riding?" Pilar asked him. "The gray of Pablo," the man said. "It is much horse." "Come on," another man said. "Let us go. There is no good in gossiping here." "How art thou, Eliseo?" Pilar said to him as he mounted. "How would I be?" he said rudely. "Come on, woman, we have work to do." Pablo mounted the big bay horse. "Keep thy mouths shut and follow me," he said. "I will lead you to the place where we will leave the horses."
Chapter 40. During the time that Robert Jordan had slept through, the time he had spent planning the destruction of the bridge, and the time that he had been with Maria, Andres had made slow progress. Until he had reached the Republican lines, he had traveled across country and through the fascist lines as fast as a countryman in good physical condition who knew the country well could travel in the dark. But once inside the Republican lines, it went very slowly. In theory, he should only have had to show the safe conduct given him by Robert Jordan, stamped with the seal of the SIM and the dispatch which bore the same seal, and be passed along toward his destination with the greatest speed. But first, he had encountered the company commander in the front line, who had regarded the whole mission with owlishly grave suspicion. He had followed this company commander to battalion headquarters, where the battalion commander, who had been a barber before the movement, was filled with enthusiasm on hearing the account of his mission. This commander, who was named Gomez, cursed the company commander for his stupidity, patted Andres on the back, gave him a drink of bad brandy, and told him that he himself, the ex-barber, had always wanted to be a guerrillero. He had then roused his adjutant, turned over the battalion to him, and sent his orderly to wake up and bring his motorcyclist. Instead of sending Andres back to brigade headquarters with the motorcyclist, Gomez had decided to take him there himself in order to expedite things. With Andres holding tight onto the seat ahead of him, they roared, bumping down the shell-pocked mountain road between the double row of big trees. The headlight of the motorcycle showed their whitewashed bases and the places on the trunks where the whitewash and the bark had been chipped and torn by shell fragments and bullets during the fighting along this road in the first summer of the movement. They turned into the little smashed-roofed mountain resort town where brigade headquarters was, and Gomez had braked the motorcycle like a dirt track racer and leaned it against the wall of the house. A sleepy sentry came to attention as Gomez pushed by him into the big room where the walls were covered with maps, and a very sleepy officer with a green eye shade sat at a desk with a reading lamp, 2 telephones, and a copy of Mundo Obrero. This officer looked up at Gomez and said, "What dost thou here? Have you never heard of the telephone?" "I must see the lieutenant colonel," Gomez said. "He is asleep," the officer said. "I could see the lights of that bicycle of thine for a mile coming down the road. Dost wish to bring on a shelling?" "Call the lieutenant colonel," Gomez said. "This is a matter of the utmost gravity." "He is asleep, I tell thee," the officer said. "What sort of a bandit is that with thee?" He nodded toward Andres. "He is a guerrillero from the other side of the lines with a dispatch of the utmost importance for the General Goals, who commands the attack that is to be made at dawn beyond Navacerrada," Gomez said excitedly and earnestly. "Rouse the Teniente Coronel, for the love of God!" The officer looked at him with his droopy eyes shaded by the green celluloid. "All of you are crazy," he said. "I know of no general goals nor of no attack. Take this sportsman and get back to your battalion. Rouse the Teniente Coronel, I say," and Andres saw his mouth tightening. "Go obscenity yourself," the officer said to him lazily, and turned away. Gomez took his heavy 9mm star pistol out of its holster and shoved it against the officer's shoulder. "Rouse him, you fascist bastard," he said. "Rouse him or I'll kill you." "Calm yourself," the officer said. "All you barbers are emotional." Andres saw Gomez's face draw with hate in the light of the reading lamp. But all he said was, "Rouse him." "Orderly," the officer called in a contemptuous voice. A soldier came to the door and saluted and went out. "His fiancée is with him," the officer said, and went back to reading the paper. "It is certain he will be delighted to see you." "It is those like thee who obstruct all effort to win this war," Gomez said to the staff officer. The officer paid no attention to him. Then, as he read on, he remarked, as though to himself, "What a curious periodical this is! Why don't you read El Debate, then?"
"That is your paper," Gomez said to him, naming the leading Catholic conservative organ published in Madrid before the movement. "Don't forget, I am thy superior officer, and that a report by me on thee carries weight," the officer said without looking up. "I never read El Debate. Do not make false accusations." "No, you read ABC," Gomez said. "The army is still rotten with such as thee, with professionals such as thee. But it will not always be. We are caught between the ignorant and the cynical. But we will educate the one and eliminate the other." "Purge is the word you want," the officer said, still not looking up. "Here it reports the purging of more of thy famous Russians. They are purging more than the Epsom salts in this epoch." "By any name," Gomez said passionately, "by any name, so that such as thee are liquidated." "Liquidated," the officer said insolently, as though speaking to himself. "Another new word that has little of Castilian in it." "Shot, then," Gomez said. "That is Castilian. Canst understand it?" "Yes, man, but do not talk so loudly. There are others beside the teniente coronel asleep in this brigade staff, and thy emotion bores me. It was for that reason that I always shaved myself. I never liked the conversation." But he shook his head and said nothing, as he stored it all away for some time in the future. He had stored much in the year and a half in which he had risen to the command of a battalion in the Sierra, and now, as the lieutenant colonel came into the room in his pajamas, he drew himself stiff and saluted. The lieutenant colonel Miranda, who was a short, gray-faced man, who had been in the army all his life, who had lost the love of his wife in Madrid while he was losing his digestion in Morocco, and become a Republican when he found he could not divorce his wife, there was never any question of recovering his digestion, had entered the Civil War as a lieutenant colonel. He had only one ambition, to finish the war with the same rank. He had defended the Sierra well, and he wanted to be left alone there to defend it whenever it was attacked. He felt much healthier in the war, probably due to the forced curtailment of the number of meat courses. He had an enormous stock of sodium bicarbonate. He had his whiskey in the evening. His 23-year-old mistress was having a baby, as were nearly all the other girls who had started out as milicianas in the July of the year before. And now he came into the room, nodded in answer to Gomez's salute, and put out his hand. "What brings thee, Gomez?" he asked, and then, to the officer at the desk who was his chief of operation, "Give me a cigarette, please, Pepe." Gomez showed him Andres's papers and the dispatch. The lieutenant colonel looked at the salvo-conducto quickly, looked at Andres, nodded and smiled, and then looked at the dispatch hungrily. He felt of the seal, tested it with his forefinger, then handed both the safe conduct and dispatch back to Andres. "Is the life very hard there in the hills?" he asked. "No, my lieutenant colonel," Andres said. "Did they tell thee where would be the closest point to find General Goles's headquarters?" "Navacerrada, my lieutenant colonel," Andres said. "The Inglés said it would be somewhere close to Navacerrada, behind the lines, to the right of there." "What Inglés?" the lieutenant colonel asked quietly. "The Inglés who is with us as a dynamiter." The lieutenant colonel nodded. It was just another sudden, unexplained rarity of this war. "The Inglés who is with us as a dynamiter." "You had better take him, Gomez, on the motor," the lieutenant colonel said. Write them a very strong salvo-conducto to the Estado Mayor of General Goals for me to sign," he said to the officer in the green celluloid eye shade. "Write it on the machine, Pepe. Here are the details." He motioned for Andres to hand over his safe conduct, and put on 2 seals. He turned to Gomez. "You will need something strong tonight. It is rightly so. People should be careful when an offensive is projected. I will give you something as strong as I can make it." Then to Andres, very kindly he said, "Dost wish anything, to eat or to drink?" "No, my Lieutenant Colonel," Andres said. "I am not hungry. They gave me cognac at the last place of command, and more would make me seasick." "Did you see any movement or activity opposite my front as you came through?" the Lieutenant Colonel asked Andres politely. "It was as usual, my Lieutenant Colonel. Quiet, quiet." "Did I not meet thee in Cercedilla about 3 months back?" the Lieutenant Colonel asked. "Yes, my Lieutenant Colonel." "I thought so." The Lieutenant Colonel patted him on the shoulder. "You were with the old man Anselmo. How is he?" "He is well, my Lieutenant Colonel," Andres told him. "Good. It makes me happy," the Lieutenant Colonel said. The officer showed him what he had typed, and he read it over and signed it. "You must go now, quickly," he said to Gomez and Andres. "Be careful with the motor," he said to Gomez. "Use your lights. Nothing will happen from a single motor, and you must be careful. My compliments to Comrade General Goals. We met after Pegarinos." He shook hands with them both. "Button the papers inside thy shirt," he said. "There is much wind on a motor." After they went out, he went to a cabinet, took out a glass and a bottle, and poured himself some whiskey, and poured plain water into it from an earthenware crock that stood on the floor against the wall. Then, holding the glass and sipping the whiskey very slowly, he stood in front of the big map on the wall and studied the offensive possibilities in the country above Navacerrada. "I am glad it is Goals and not me," he said finally to the officer who sat at the table. The officer did not answer, and looking away from the map and at the officer, the Lieutenant Colonel saw he was asleep with his head on his arms. The Lieutenant Colonel went over to the desk and pushed the 2 phones close together so that one touched the officer's head on either side. Then he walked to the cupboard, poured himself another whiskey, put water in it, and went back to the map again. Andres, holding tight onto the seat where Gomez was forking the motor, bent his head against the wind as the motorcycle moved, noisily exploding into the light-split darkness of the country road that opened ahead sharp with the high black of the poplars beside it, dimmed and yellow-soft now as the road dipped into the fog along a stream bed, sharpening hard again as the road rose. And, ahead of them at the crossroads, the headlight showed the gray bulk of the empty trucks coming down from the mountains. Chapter 41. Pablo stopped and dismounted in the dark. Robert Jordan heard the creaking and the heavy breathing as they all dismounted, and the clinking of a bridle as a horse tossed his head. He smelled the horses and the unwashed and sour slept-in clothing smell of the new men, and the wood-smoky sleep-stale smell of the others who had been in the cave. Pablo was standing close to him, and he smelled the brassy, dead wine smell that came from him like the taste of a copper coin in your mouth. He lit a cigarette, cupping his hand to hide the light, pulled deep on it, and heard Pablo say very softly, "Get the grenade sack, Pilar, while we hobble these." "Agustin," Robert Jordan said in a whisper, "you and Anselmo come now with me to the bridge. Have you the sack of pawns for the machina?" Yes, Augustine said. Why not? Robert Jordan went over to where Pilar was unpacking one of the horses with the help of Primitivo. "Listen, woman," he said softly. "What now?" She whispered huskily, swinging a cinch hook clear from under the horse's belly. "Thou understandest that there is to be no attack on the post until thou hearest the falling of the bombs." "How many times dost thou have to tell me?" Pilar said. "You are getting like an old woman, Ingles." "Only to check," Robert Jordan said, "and after the destruction of the post, you fall back onto the bridge and cover the road from above and my left flank." "The first time thou outlined it, I understood it as well as I will ever understand it," Pilar whispered to him. "Get thee about thy business." "That no one should make a move, nor fire a shot, nor throw a bomb, until the noise of the bombardment comes," Robert Jordan said softly. "Do not molest me more," Pilar whispered angrily. "I have understood this since we were at Sordo's." Robert Jordan went to where Pablo was tying the horses. "I have only hobbled those which are liable to panic," Pablo said. "These are tied, so a pull of the rope will release them, see? Good. I will tell the girl and the gypsy how to handle them," Pablo said. His new men were standing in a group by themselves, leaning on their carbines. "Dost understand all?" Robert Jordan asked. "Why not?" Pablo said. "Destroy the post, cut the wire, fall back on the bridge, cover the bridge until thou blowest, and nothing to start until the commencement of the bombardment. Thus it is." "Well then, much luck." Pablo grunted. Then he said, "Thou wilt cover us well with the machina and with thy small machina when we come back, Ingles?" "De la primera," Robert Jordan said, "off the top of the basket." "Then," Pablo said, "nothing more. But in that moment thou must be very careful, Ingles. It will not be simple to do that unless thou art very careful." "I will handle the machina myself," Robert Jordan said to him. "Hast thou much experience? For I am of no mind to be shot by Augustine with his belly full of good intentions." "I have much experience, truly. And if Augustine uses either machina, I will see that he keeps it way above thee, above, above, and above." "Then nothing more," Pablo said. Then he said softly and confidentially, "There is still a lack of horses." "The son of a bitch," Robert Jordan thought. "Or does he think I did not understand him the first time?" "I go on foot," he said. "The horses are thy affair." "Nay, there will be a horse for thee, Ingles," Pablo said softly. "There will be horses for all of us." "That is thy problem," Robert Jordan said. "Thou dost not have to count me. Hast enough rounds for thy new machina?" "Yes," Pablo said, "all that the cavalryman carried. I have fired only 4 to try it. I tried it yesterday in the high hills." "We go now," Robert Jordan said. "We must be there early and well hidden." "We all go now," Pablo said. "Suerte, Ingles." "I wonder what the bastard is planning now," Robert Jordan said to himself. "But I am pretty sure I know. Well, that is his, not mine. Thank God I do not know these new men." He put his hand out and said, "Suerte, Pablo," and their 2 hands gripped in the dark. Robert Jordan, when he put his hand out, expected that it would be like grasping something reptilian or touching a leper. He did not know what Pablo's hand would feel like. But in the dark, Pablo's hand gripped his hard and pressed it frankly, and he returned the grip. Pablo had a good hand in the dark, and feeling it gave Robert Jordan the strangest feeling he had felt that morning. We must be allies now, he thought. There was always much handshaking with allies, not to mention decorations and kissing on both cheeks, he thought. I'm glad we do not have to do that. I suppose all allies are like this. They always hate each other au fond.
But this Pablo is a strange man. Suerte, Pablo, he said, and gripped the strange, firm, purposeful hand hard. I will cover thee well. Do not worry. I am sorry for having taken thy material, Pablo said. It was an equivocation. But thou hast brought what we needed. I do not hold this of the bridge against thee, Inglés, Pablo said. I see a successful termination for it. What are you two doing?
Becoming maricones, Pilar said suddenly beside them in the dark. That is all thou hast lacked, she said to Pablo. Get along, Inglés, and cut thy goodbyes short before this one steals the rest of thy explosive. Thou dost not understand me, woman, Pablo said. The Inglés and I understand one another. Nobody understands thee, neither God nor thy mother, Pilar said, nor I either. Get along, Inglés.
Make thy goodbyes with thy cropped head and go. Me cago en tu padre, but I begin to think thou art afraid to see the bull come out. Thy mother, Robert Jordan said. Thou never hadst one, Pilar whispered cheerfully. Now go, because I have a great desire to start this and get it over with. Go with thy people, she said to Pablo. Who knows how long their stern resolution is good for? Thou hast a couple that I would not trade thee for. Take them and go. Robert Jordan slung his pack on his back and walked over to the horses to find Maria. Goodbye, guapa, he said. I will see thee soon. He had an unreal feeling about all of this now, as though he had said it all before, or as though it were a train that were going, especially as though it were a train and he was standing on the platform of a railway station. Goodbye, Roberto, she said. Take much care. Of course, he said. He bent his head to kiss her, and his pack rolled forward against the back of his head so that his forehead bumped hers hard. As this happened, he knew this had happened before too. Don't cry, he said, awkward not only from the load. I do not, she said, but come back quickly. Do not worry when you hear the firing. There is bound to be much firing. Nay, only come back quickly. Goodbye, guapa, he said awkwardly. Salud, Roberto. Robert Jordan had not felt this young since he had taken the train at Red Lodge to go down to Billings to get the train there to go away to school for the first time. He had been afraid to go, and he did not want anyone to know it. And, at the station, just before the conductor picked up the box he would step up onto to reach the steps of the day coach, his father had kissed him goodbye and said, May the Lord watch between thee and me while we are absent the one from the other. His father had been a very religious man, and he had said it simply and sincerely. But his mustache had been moist, and his eyes were damp with emotion, and Robert Jordan had been so embarrassed by all of it, the damp religious sound of the prayer, and by his father kissing him goodbye, that he had felt suddenly so much older than his father, and sorry for him that he could hardly bear it.
After the train started, he had stood on the rear platform and watched the station and the water tower grow smaller and smaller, and the rails crossed by the ties narrowed toward a point where the station and the water tower stood now minute and tiny in the steady clicking that was taking him away. The brakeman said, "Dad seemed to take your going sort of hard, Bob." "Yes," he had said, watching the sagebrush that ran from the edge of the roadbed between the passing telegraph poles across to the streaming by dusty stretching of the road. He was looking for sage hens. "You don't mind going away to school?" "No," he had said, and it was true. It would not have been true before, but it was true that minute, and it was only now, at this parting, that he ever felt as young again as he had felt before that train left. He felt very young now, and very awkward, and he was saying goodbye as awkwardly as one can be when saying goodbye to a young girl when you are a boy in school, saying goodbye at the front porch, not knowing whether to kiss the girl or not. Then he knew it was not the goodbye he was being awkward about. It was the meeting he was going to. The goodbye was only a part of the awkwardness he felt about the meeting. "You're getting them again," he told himself, "but I suppose there is no one that does not feel that he is too young to do it." He would not put a name to it. "Come on," he said to himself, "come on. It is too early for your second childhood." "Goodbye, Guapa," he said. "Goodbye, Rabbit." "Goodbye, my Roberto," she said, and he went over to where Anselmo and Augustine were standing and said, "Vámonos." Anselmo swung his heavy pack up. Augustine, fully loaded since the cave, was leaning against a tree, the automatic rifle jutting over the top of his load. "Good," he said. "Vámonos." The three of them started down the hill. "Buena suerte, Don Roberto," Fernando said, as the three of them passed him as they moved in single file between the trees. Fernando was crouched on his haunches a little way from where they passed, but he spoke with great dignity. "Buena suerte thyself, Fernando," Robert Jordan said. "In everything thou doest," Augustine said. "Thank you, Don Roberto," Fernando said, undisturbed by Augustine. "That one is a phenomenon Inglés," Augustine whispered. "I believe thee," Robert Jordan said. "Can I help thee? Thou art loaded like a horse." "I am all right," Augustine said. "Man, but I am content we are started." "Speak softly," Anselmo said. "From now on, speak little and softly." Walking carefully downhill, Anselmo in the lead, Augustine next, Robert Jordan placing his feet carefully so that he would not slip, feeling the dead pine needles under his rope-soled shoes, bumping a tree root with one foot and putting a hand forward and feeling the cold metal jut of the automatic rifle barrel and the folded legs of the tripod. Then working sideways down the hill, his shoes sliding and grooving the forest floor, putting his left hand out again and touching the rough bark of a tree trunk. Then, as he braced himself, his hand feeling a smooth place, the base of the palm of his hand coming away sticky from the resinous sap where a blaze had been cut. They dropped down the steep wooded hillside to the point above the bridge where Robert Jordan and Anselmo had watched the first day. Now Anselmo was halted by a pine tree in the dark, and he took Robert Jordan's wrist and whispered, so low Jordan could hardly hear him, "Look, there is the fire in his brazier." It was a point of light below where Robert Jordan knew the bridge joined the road. "Here is where we watched," Anselmo said. He took Robert Jordan's hand and bent it down to touch a small fresh blaze low on a tree trunk. "This I marked while thou watched. To the right is where thou wished to put the machina." We will place it there. Good. They put the packs down behind the base of the pine trunks, and the two of them followed Anselmo over to the level place where there was a clump of seedling pines. "It is here," Anselmo said, "just here." From here, with daylight, Robert Jordan crouched behind the small trees and whispered to Augustine, "Thou wilt see a small stretch of road and the entrance to the bridge. Thou wilt see the length of the bridge and a small stretch of road at the other end before it rounds the curve of the rocks." Augustine said nothing. "Here thou wilt lie while we prepare the exploding and fire on anything that comes from above or below." "Where is that light?" Augustine asked. "In the sentry box at this end," Robert Jordan whispered. "Who deals with the sentries?" "The old man and I, as I told thee." "But if we do not deal with them, thou must fire into the sentry boxes and at them if thou seest them." "Yes, you told me that." "After the explosion, when the people of Pablo come around that corner, thou must fire over their heads if others come after them. Thou must fire high above them when they appear in any event that others must not come. Understandest thou?" "Why not? It is as thou saidst last night." "Hast any questions?" "Nay, I have 2 sacks. I can load them from above, where it will not be seen, and bring them here." "But do no digging here. Thou must be as well hid as we were at the top." "Nay, I will bring the dirt in them in the dark. You will see. They will not show as I will fix them." "Thou art very close, Sabes." In the daylight, this clump shows clearly from below. "Do not worry, Ingles. Where goest thou?" "I go close below with the small machina of mine. The old man will cross the gorge now to be ready for the box of the other end. It faces in that direction." "Then nothing more," said Augustine. "Salud, Ingles. Hast thou tobacco?" "Thou canst not smoke. It is too close." "Nay, just to hold in the mouth, to smoke later." Robert Jordan gave him his cigarette case, and Augustine took 3 cigarettes and put them inside the front flap of his herdsman's flat cap. He spread the legs of his tripod with the gun muzzle in the low pines and commenced unpacking his load by touch and laying the things where he wanted them. "Nada más," he said. "Well, nothing more." Anselmo and Robert Jordan left him there and went back to where the packs were. Where had we best leave them? Robert Jordan whispered, "I think here. But canst thou be sure of the sentry with thy small machina from here? Is this exactly where we were on that day?" "The same tree," Anselmo said, so low Jordan could barely hear him, and he knew he was speaking without moving his lips as he had spoken that first day. "I marked it with my knife." Robert Jordan had the feeling again of it all happened before, but this time it came from his own repetition of a query and Anselmo's answer. It had been the same with Augustine, who had asked a question about the sentries, although he knew the answer. "It is close enough, even too close," he whispered. "But the light is behind us. We are all right here." "Then I will go now to cross the gorge and be in position at the other end," Anselmo said. Then he said, "Pardon me, Ingles, so that there is no mistake, in case I am stupid." "What?" he breathed very softly. "Only to repeat it, so that I will do it exactly. When I fire, thou wilt fire. When thy man is eliminated, cross the bridge to me. I will have the packs down there, and thou wilt do as I tell thee in the placing of the charges. Everything I will tell thee. If aught happens to me, do it thyself as I showed thee. Take thy time and do it well, wedging all securely with the wooden wedges and lashing the grenades firmly." "It is all clear to me," Anselmo said. "I remember it all. Now I go. Keep thee well covered, Inglés, when daylight comes." "When thou firest," Robert Jordan said, "take a rest and make very sure. Do not think of it as a man, but as a target, de acuerdo? Do not shoot at the whole man, but at a point. Shoot for the exact center of the belly, if he faces thee, at the middle of the back, if he is looking away. Listen, old one. When I fire, if the man is sitting down, he will stand up before he runs or crouches. Shoot then. If he is still sitting down, shoot. Do not wait, but make sure. Get to within 50 yards. Thou art a hunter. Thou hast no problem." "I will do as thou orderest," Anselmo said. "Yes, I order it thus," Robert Jordan said. "I'm glad I remembered to make it an order," he thought. "That helps him out. That takes some of the curse off. I hope it does, anyway." "Some of it. I had forgotten about what he told me that first day about the killing. 'It is thus I have ordered,' he say. 'Now go.'" "Me voy," said Anselmo. "Until soon, Inglés." "Until soon, old one," Robert Jordan said. He remembered his father in the railway station and the wetness of that farewell, and he did not say salud, nor goodbye, nor good luck, nor anything like that. "Hast wiped the oil from the bore of thy gun, old one," he whispered, "so it will not throw wild." "In the cave," Anselmo said. "I cleaned them all with the pull-through." "Then until soon," Robert Jordan said, and the old man went off, noiseless on his rope-soled shoes, swinging wide through the trees. Robert Jordan lay on the pine-needle floor of the forest and listened to the first stirring in the branches of the pines of the wind that would come with daylight. He took the clip out of the submachine gun and worked the lock back and forth. Then he turned the gun with the lock open, and in the dark, he put the muzzle to his lips and blew through the barrel, the metal tasting greasy and oily as his tongue touched the edge of the bore. He laid the gun across his forearm, the action up so that no pine needles or rubbish could get in it, and shucked all the cartridges out of the clip with his thumb and onto a handkerchief he had spread in front of him. Then, feeling each cartridge in the dark and turning it in his fingers, he pressed and slid them one at a time back into the clip. Now the clip was heavy again in his hand, and he slid it back into the submachine gun and felt it click home. He lay on his belly behind the pine trunk, the gun across his left forearm, and watched the point of light below him. Sometimes he could not see it, and then he knew that the man in the sentry box had moved in front of the brazier. Robert Jordan lay there and waited for daylight. Chapter 42. During the time that Pablo had ridden back from the hills to the cave, and the time the band had dropped down to where they had left the horses, Andrés had made rapid progress toward Gómez's headquarters. Where they came onto the main high road to Navacerrada, on which the trucks were rolling back from the mountain, there was a control. But when Gómez showed the sentry at the control his safe conduct from the Lieutenant Colonel Miranda, the sentry put the light from a flashlight on it, showed it to the other sentry with him, then handed it back and saluted. "Siga," he said. "Continue, but without lights." The motorcycle roared again, and Andrés was holding tight onto the forward seat, and they were moving along the highway, Gómez riding carefully in the traffic. None of the trucks had lights, and they were moving down the road in a long convoy. There were loaded trucks moving up the road too, and all of them raised a dust that Andres could not see in that dark, but could only feel as a cloud that blew in his face and that he could bite between his teeth. They were close behind the tailboard of a truck now, the motorcycle chugging. Then Gomez speeded up and passed it, and another, and another, and another, with the other trucks roaring and rolling down past them on the left. There was a motor car behind them now, and it blasted into the truck noise and the dust with its klaxon again and again. Then flashed on lights that showed the dust like a solid yellow cloud, and surged past them in a whining rise of gears and a demanding, threatening, bludgeoning of klaxoning. Then, ahead, all the trucks were stopped, and riding on, working his way ahead past ambulances, staff cars, an armored car, another, and a third, all halted, like heavy, metal, gun-jutting turtles in the hot, yet settled dust. They found another control where there had been a smash-up. A truck, halting, had not been seen by the truck which followed it, and the following truck had run into it, smashing the rear of the first truck in and scattering cases of small arms ammunition over the road. One case had burst open on landing, and as Gomez and Andres stopped and wheeled the motorcycle forward through the stalled vehicles to show their safe conduct at the control, Andres walked over the brass hulls of the 1,000 of cartridges scattered across the road in the dust. The second truck had its radiator completely smashed in. The truck behind it was touching its tailgate. 100 more were piling up behind, and an overbooted officer was running back along the road, shouting to the drivers to back so that the smashed truck could be gotten off the road. There were too many trucks for them to be able to back unless the officer reached the end of the ever-mounting line and stopped it from increasing. And Andres saw him running, stumbling, with his flashlight, shouting and cursing, and, in the dark, the trucks kept coming up. The man at the control would not give the safe conduct back. There were 2 of them, with rifles slung on their backs and flashlights in their hands, and they were shouting too. The one carrying the safe conduct in his hand crossed the road to a truck going in the downhill direction, to tell it to proceed to the next control and tell them there to hold all trucks until his jam was straightened out. The truck driver listened and went on. Then, still holding the safe conduct, the control patrol came over, shouting, to the truck driver whose load was spilled. "Leave it and get ahead for the love of God so we can clear this," he shouted at the driver. "My transmission is smashed," the driver, who was bent over by the rear of his truck, said. "Obscene, your transmission! Go ahead, I say." "They do not go ahead when the differential is smashed," the driver told him, and bent down again. "Get thyself pulled then. Get ahead so that we can get this other obscenity off the road." The driver looked at him sullenly as the control man shone the electric torch on the smashed rear of the truck. "Get ahead! Get ahead!" the man shouted, still holding the safe conduct pass in his hand. "And my paper," Gomez spoke to him. "My safe conduct. We are in a hurry." "Take thy safe conduct to hell," the man said, and, handing it to him, ran across the road to halt a downcoming truck. "Turn thyself at the crossroads and put thyself in position to pull this wreck forward," he said to the driver. "My orders are—" "Obscenity thy orders. Do as I say." The driver let his truck into gear and rolled straight ahead down the road and was gone in the dust. As Gomez started the motorcycle ahead onto the now clear right-hand side of the road past the wrecked truck, Andres, holding tight again, saw the control guard halting another truck and the driver leaning from the cab and listening to him. Now they went fast, swooping along the road that mounted steadily toward the mountain. All forward traffic had been stalled at the control, and there were only the descending trucks passing, and passing on their left as the motorcycle climbed fast and steadily now until it began to overtake the mounting traffic, which had gone on ahead before the disaster at the control. Still without lights, they passed 4 more armored cars, then a long line of trucks loaded with troops. The troops were silent in the dark, and at first Andres only felt their presence rising above him, bulking above the truck bodies through the dust as they passed. Then another staff car came behind them, blasting with its klaxon and flicking its lights off and on. And each time the lights shone, Andres saw the troops, steel-helmeted, their rifles vertical, their machine guns pointed up against the dark sky, etched sharp against the night that they dropped into when the light flicked off. Once, as he passed close to a troop truck and the lights flashed, he saw their faces fixed and sad in the sudden light. In their steel helmets, riding in the trucks in the dark towards something that they only knew was an attack, their faces were drawn with each man's own problem in the dark, and the light revealed them as they would not have looked in day, from shame to show it to each other, until the bombardment and the attack would commence, and no man would think about his face. Andres now, passing them truck after truck, Gomez still keeping successfully ahead of the following staff car, did not think any of this about their faces. He only thought, what an army, what equipment, what a mechanization. Vaya gente, look at such people. Here we have the army of the Republic. Look at them. Camion after camion, all uniformed alike, all with casques of steel on their heads. Look at the machinas rising from the trucks against the coming of planes. Look at the army that has been builded. And as the motorcycle passed the high gray trucks full of troops, gray trucks with high square cabs and square ugly radiators, steadily mounting the road in the dust and the flicking lights of the pursuing staff car, the red star of the army showing in the light when it passed over the tailgates, showing when the light came onto the sides of the dusty truck bodies, as they passed, climbing steadily now, the air colder and the road starting to turn in bends and switchbacks now, the trucks laboring and grinding, some steaming in the light flashes, the motorcycle laboring now too, and Andres clinging tight to the front seat as they climbed. Andres thought this ride on a motorcycle was mucho. He had never been on a motorcycle before, and now they were climbing a mountain in the midst of all the movement that was going to an attack, and as they climbed, he knew now there was no problem of ever being back in time for the assault on the posts. In this movement and confusion, he would be lucky to get back by the next night. He had never seen an offensive or any of the preparations for one before, and as they rode up the road, he marveled at the size and power of this army that the Republic had built. Now they rode on a long, slanting, rising stretch of road that ran across the face of the mountain, and the grade was so steep as they neared the top that Gomez told him to get down, and together they pushed the motorcycle up the last steep grade of the pass. At the left, just past the top, there was a loop of road where cars could turn, and there were lights winking in front of a big stone building that bulked long and dark against the night sky. "Let us go to ask there where the headquarters is," Gomez said to Andres, and they wheeled the motorcycle over to where 2 sentries stood in front of the closed door of the great stone building. Gomez leaned the motorcycle against the wall as a motorcyclist in a leather suit, showing against the light from inside the building as the door opened, came out of the door with a dispatch case hung over his shoulder, a wooden holstered Mauser pistol swung against his hip. As the light went off, he found his motorcycle in the dark by the door, pushed it until it sputtered and caught, then roared off up the road. At the door, Gomez spoke to one of the sentries. "Captain Gomez of the 65th Brigade," he said. "Can you tell me where to find the headquarters of General Goels, commanding the 35th Division?" "It isn't here," the sentry said. "What is here?" "The commandancia." "What commandancia?" "Well, the commandancia." "The commandancia of what?" "Who art thou to ask so many questions?" the sentry said to Gomez in the dark. Here on the top of the pass, the sky was very clear, with the stars out, and Andres, out of the dust now, could see quite clearly in the dark. Below them, where the road turned to the right, he could see clearly the outline of the trucks and cars that passed against the skyline. "I am Captain Rogelio Gomez of the 1st Battalion of the 65th Brigade, and I ask where is the headquarters of General Goels," Gomez said. The sentry opened the door a little way. "Call the corporal of the guard," he shouted inside. Just then a big staff car came up over the turn of the road and circled toward the big stone building where Andres and Gomez were standing, waiting for the corporal of the guard. It came toward them and stopped outside the door. A large man, old and heavy, in an oversized khaki beret such as chasseurs à pied wear in the French army, wearing an overcoat, carrying a map case, and wearing a pistol strapped around his greatcoat, got out of the back of the car with two other men in the uniform of the International Brigades. He spoke in French, which Andres did not understand, and of which Gomez, who had been a barber, knew only a few words, to his chauffeur, telling him to get the car away from the door and into shelter. As he came into the door with the other two officers, Gomez saw his face clearly in the light and recognized him. He had seen him at political meetings, and he had often read articles by him in Mundo Obrero, translated from the French. He recognized his bushy eyebrows, his watery gray eyes, his chin and the double chin under it, and he knew him for one of France's great modern revolutionary figures who had led the mutiny of the French Navy in the Black Sea. Gomez knew this man's high political place in the international brigades, and he knew this man would know where Goels's headquarters were and be able to direct him there. He did not know what this man had become with time, disappointment, bitterness, both domestic and political, and thwarted ambition, and that to question him was one of the most dangerous things that any man could do. Knowing nothing of this, he stepped forward into the path of this man, saluted with his clenched fist, and said, "Comrade Marty, we are the bearers of a dispatch for General Goels. Can you direct us to his headquarters? It is urgent." The tall, heavy old man looked at Gomez with his outthrust head and considered him carefully with his watery eyes. Even here at the front, in the light of a bare electric bulb, he, having just come in from driving in an open car on a brisk night, his gray face had a look of decay. His face looked as though it were modeled from the waste material you find under the claws of a very old lion. "You have what, comrade?" he asked Gomez, speaking Spanish with a strong Catalan accent. His eyes glanced sideways at Andres, slid over him, and went back to Gomez. "A dispatch for General Goels to be delivered at his headquarters, Comrade Marty." "Where is it from, comrade?" "From behind the fascist lines," Gomez said. André Marty extended his hand for the dispatch and the other papers. He glanced at them and put them in his pocket. "Arrest them both," he said to the corporal of the guard. "Have them searched and bring them to me when I send for them." With the dispatch in his pocket, he strode on into the interior of the big stone house. Outside, in the guard room, Gomez and Andres were being searched by the guard. "What passes with that man?" Gomez said to one of the guards. "Está loco," the guard said. "He is crazy." "No, he is a political figure of great importance," Gomez said. "He is the chief commissar of the international brigades." "A pesar de eso, está loco," the corporal of the guard said. "All the same, he's crazy. What do you do behind the fascist lines?" "This comrade is a guerrilla from there," Gomez told him while the man searched him. "He brings a dispatch to General Goals. Guard well my papers. Be careful with that money and that bullet on the string. It is from my first wound at Guadarrama." "Don't worry," the corporal said. "Everything will be in this drawer. Why didn't you ask me where Goals was?" "We tried to. I asked the sentry and he called you." "But then came the crazy, and you asked him. No one should ask him anything. He is crazy. Thy Goals is up the road 3 kilometers from here, and to the right in the rocks of the forest. Can you not let us go to him now?" "Nay, it would be my head. I must take thee to the crazy. Besides, he has thy dispatch." "Can you not tell someone?" "Yes," the corporal said. "I will tell the first responsible one I see. All know that he is crazy." "I had always taken him for a great figure," Gomez said, "for one of the glories of France." "He may be a glory and all," the corporal said, and put his hand on Andres's shoulder. "But he is crazy as a bedbug. He has a mania for shooting people. Truly shooting them." "Como lo oyes," the corporal said, "that old one kills more than the bubonic plague. Mata más que la peste bubónica. But he doesn't kill fascists like we do. Que va, not in joke. Mata bichos raros." "He kills rare things. Trotskyites, divagationers, any type of rare beasts." Andres did not understand any of this. "When we were at Escorial, we shot I don't know how many for him," the corporal said. "We always furnish the firing party. The men of the brigades would not shoot their own men, especially the French. To avoid difficulties, it is always us who do it. We shot French. We have shot Belgians. We have shot others of diverse nationality, of all types. Tiene manía de fusilar gente, always for political things. He's crazy. Purifica más que el salvarsan. He purifies more than salvarsan." "But you will tell someone of this dispatch." "Yes, man, surely. I know every one of these 2 brigades. Everyone comes through here. I know even up to and through the Russians, although only a few speak Spanish. We will keep this crazy from shooting Spaniards." "But the dispatch. The dispatch, too. Do not worry, comrade. We know how to deal with this crazy. He is only dangerous with his own people. We understand him now." "Bring in the 2 prisoners," came the voice of Andre Marti. "Quieres echar un trago?" the corporal asked. "Do you want to drink?" "Why not?" The corporal took a bottle of anise from a cupboard, and both Gomez and Andres drank. So did the corporal. He wiped his mouth on his hand. "Vámonos," he said. They went out of the guard room with the swallowed burn of the anise warming their mouths, their bellies, and their hearts,
and walked down the hall and entered the room where Marty sat behind a long table, his map spread in front of him, his red and blue pencil, with which he played at being a general officer, in his hand. To Andres, it was only one more thing. There had been many tonight. There were always many. If your papers were in order and your heart was good, you were in no danger. Eventually, they turned you loose, and you were on your way. But the Inglés had said to hurry. He knew now he could never get back for the bridge, but they had a dispatch to deliver, and this old man there at the table had put it in his pocket. "Stand there," Marty said, without looking up.
"Listen, Comrade Marty," Gomez broke out, the anise fortifying his anger. "Once tonight we have been impeded by the ignorance of the anarchists, then by the sloth of a bureaucratic fascist, now by the over-suspicion of a communist." "Close your mouth," Marty said without looking up. "This is not a meeting." "Comrade Marty, this is a matter of utmost urgence," Gomez said, "of the greatest importance." The corporal and the soldier with them were taking a lively interest in this, as though they were at a play they had seen many times, but whose excellent moments they could always savor. "Everything is of urgence," Marty said.
"All things are of importance." Now, he looked up at them, holding the pencil. "How did you know Goals was here? Do you understand how serious it is to come asking for an individual general before an attack? How could you know such a general would be here?" "Tell him to," Gomez said to Andres. "Comrade General," Andres started. Andre Marty did not correct him in the mistaken rank. "I was given that packet on the other side of the lines." "On the other side of the lines," Marty said. "Yes, I heard him say you came from the fascist lines." "It was given to me, Comrade General, by an Inglés named Roberto, who had come to us as a dynamiter for this of the bridge."
"Understandeth." "Continue thy story," Marty said to Andres, using the term story as you would say lie, falsehood, or fabrication. "Well, Comrade General, the Inglés told me to bring it to the General Goals with all speed. He makes an attack in these hills now, on this day, and all we ask is to take it to him now promptly, if it pleases the Comrade General." Marty shook his head again. He was looking at Andres, but he was not seeing him. Gulls, he thought, in a mixture of horror and exultation, as a man might feel hearing that a business enemy had been killed in a particularly nasty motor accident, or that someone you hated, but whose probity you had never doubted, had been guilty of defalcation. That Gulls should be one of them too. That Gulls should be in such obvious communication with the fascists. Gulls that he had known for nearly 20 years. Gulls, who had captured the gold train that winter with Lukács in Siberia. Gulls who had fought against Kolchak and in Poland, in the Caucasus, in China, and here since the 1st October. But he had been close to Tukhachevsky. To Voroshilov, yes, too. But to Tukhachevsky, and to who else? Here to Kharkov, of course, and to Lukács. But all the Hungarians had been intriguers. He hated Gaul. Gulls hated Gaul. Remember that. Make a note of that. Gulls has always hated Gaul. But he favors Putz. Remember that. And Duval is his chief of staff. See what stems from that. You've heard him say, Kopek's a fool. That is definitive. That exists. And now this dispatch from the fascist lines. Only by pruning out of these rotten branches can the tree remain healthy and grow. The rot must become apparent, for it is to be destroyed. But Gulls, of all men, that Gulls should be one of the traitors? He knew that you could trust no one, ever. Not your wife, not your brother, not your oldest comrade. No one. Ever. Take them away, he said to the guards. Guard them carefully. The corporal looked at the soldier. This had been very quiet for one of Marty's performances. Comrade Marty, Gomez said, do not be insane. Listen to me, a loyal officer and comrade. That is a dispatch that must be delivered. This comrade has brought it through the fascist lines to give to Comrade General Goals. Take them away, Marty said, now kindly, to the guard. He was sorry for them as human beings if it should be necessary to liquidate them. But it was the tragedy of Goals that oppressed him. That it should be Goals, he thought. He would take the fascist communication at once to Varlov. No. Better he would take it to Goals himself and watch him as he received it. That was what he would do. How could he be sure of Varlov if Goals was one of them? No, this was a thing to be very careful about. Andres turned to Gomez. You mean he is not going to send the dispatch? He asked, unbelieving. Don't you see? Gomez said. Me cago en su puta madre. Andres said, Está loco. Yes, Gomez said, he is crazy. You are crazy. Here, crazy, he shouted at Marty, who was back now, bending over the map with his red and blue pencil. Hear me, you crazy murderer. Take them away, Marty said to the guard. Their minds are unhinged by their great guilt. There was a phrase the corporal recognized. He had heard that before. You crazy murderer, Gomez shouted. Hijo de la gran puta, Andres said to him. Loco. The stupidity of this man angered him. If he was a crazy, let him be removed as a crazy. Let the dispatch be taken from his pocket. God damn this crazy to hell. His heavy Spanish anger was rising out of his usual calm and good temper. In a little while, it would blind him. Marty, looking at his map, shook his head sadly as the guards took Gomez and Andres out. The guards had enjoyed hearing him cursed, but on the whole, they had been disappointed in the performance. They had seen much better ones. Andre Marty did not mind the men cursing him. So many men had cursed him at the end. He was always genuinely sorry for them as human beings. He always told himself that, and it was one of the last true ideas that was left to him that had ever been his own. He sat there, his mustache and his eyes focused on the map that he never truly understood, on the brown tracing of the contours that were traced fine and concentric as a spider's web. He could see the heights and the valleys from the contours, but he never really understood why it should be this height and why this valley was the one. But at the General Staff, where, because of the system of political commissars, he could intervene as the political head of the brigades, he would put his finger on such and such a numbered, brown, thin-lined, encircled spot among the greens of woods, cut by the lines of roads that parallel the never-casual winding of a river, and say, "There, that is the point of weakness." Gall and Kopek, who were men of politics and of ambition, would agree, and later, men who never saw the map but heard the number of the hill before they left their starting place and had the earth of diggings on it pointed out, would climb its side to find their death along its slope, or, being halted by machine guns placed in olive groves, would never get up it at all. Or, on other fronts, they might scale it easily and be no better off than they had been before.
But when Marty put his finger on the map in Golz's staff, the scar-headed, white-faced general's jaw muscles would tighten, and he would think, "I should shoot you, Andre Marty, before I let you put that gray, rotten finger on a contour map of mine. Damn you to hell for all the men you've killed by interfering in matters you know nothing of. Damn the day they named tractor factories and villages and cooperatives for you, so that you are a symbol that I cannot touch. Go and suspect and exhort and intervene and denounce and butcher some other place and leave my staff alone."
But instead of saying that, Golz would only lean back away from the leaning bulk, the pushing finger, the watery gray eyes, the gray-white mustache, and the bad breath, and say, "Yes, Comrade Marty, I see your point. It is not well taken, however, and I do not agree. You can try to go over my head if you like. Yes, you can make it a party matter, as you say, but I do not agree." So now Andre Marty sat working over his map at the bare table, with the raw light on the unshaded electric light bulb over his head, the over-wide beret pulled forward to shade his eyes, referring to the mimeographed copy of the orders for the attack, and slowly and laboriously working them out on the map as a young officer might work a problem at a staff college. He was engaged in war. In his mind, he was commanding troops. He had the right to interfere, and this he believed to constitute command. So he sat there with Robert Jordan's dispatch to Golz in his pocket, and Gomez and Andres waited in the guard room, and Robert Jordan lay in the woods above the bridge. It is doubtful if the outcome of Andres's mission would have been any different if he and Gomez had been allowed to proceed without Andre Marty's hindrance. There was no one at the front with sufficient authority to cancel the attack. The machinery had been in motion much too long for it to be stopped suddenly now. There is a great inertia about all military operations of any size. But once this inertia has been overcome and movement is underway, they are almost as hard to arrest as to initiate. But on this night, the old man, his beret pulled forward, was still sitting at the table with his map when the door opened, and Kharkov, the Russian journalist, came in with two other Russians in civilian clothes, leather coats, and caps. The corporal of the guard closed the door reluctantly behind them. Kharkov had been the first responsible man he had been able to communicate with. "Tovarish Marty," said Kharkov in his politely disdainful lisping voice, and smiled, showing his bad teeth. Marty stood up. He did not like Kharkov, but Kharkov, coming from Pravda and in direct communication with Stalin, was at this moment one of the three most important men in Spain. "Tovarich Kharkov," he said, "you are preparing the attack." Kharkov said insolently, nodding toward the map, "I am studying it," Marty answered. "Are you attacking, or is it Golz?" Kharkov asked smoothly. "I am only a commissar, as you know," Marty told him. "No," Kharkov said. "You are modest. You are really a general. You have your map and your field glasses. But were you not an admiral once, Comrade Marty?" "I was a gunner's mate," said Marty. It was a lie. He had really been a chief yeoman at the time of the mutiny, but he thought now, always, that he had been a gunner's mate. "I thought you were a first-class yeoman," Kharkov said. "I always get my facts wrong. It is the mark of the journalist." The other Russians had taken no part in the conversation. They were both looking over Marty's shoulder at the map and occasionally making a remark to each other in their own language. Marty and Kharkov spoke French after the first greeting. "It is better not to get facts wrong in Pravda," Marty said. He said it brusquely to build himself up again. Kharkov always punctured him. The French word is dégonflé, and Marty was worried and made wary by him. It was hard, when Kharkov spoke, to remember with what importance he, André Marty, came from the Central Committee of the French Communist Party. It was hard to remember, too, that he was untouchable. Kharkov seemed always to touch him so lightly and whenever he wished. Now, Kharkov said, "I usually correct them before I send them to Pravda. I am quite accurate in Pravda. Tell me, Comrade Marty, have you heard anything of any message coming through for goals from one of our partisan groups operating toward Segovia? There is an American comrade there named Jordan that we should have heard from. There have been reports of fighting there behind the fascist lines. He would have sent a message through to goals." "An American?" Marty asked. Andres had said, "en inglés." So that is what it was. So he had been mistaken. Why had those fools spoken to him anyway? Yes, Kharkov looked at him contemptuously. A young American of slight political development, but a great way with the Spaniards, and a fine partisan record. Just give me the dispatch, Comrade Marty. It has been delayed enough. What dispatch? Marty asked. It was a very stupid thing to say, and he knew it. But he was not able to admit he was wrong that quickly, and he said it anyway, to delay the moment of humiliation, not accepting any humiliation. "And the safe conduct pass," Kharkov said through his bad teeth. André Marty put his hand in his pocket and laid the dispatch on the table. He looked Kharkov squarely in the eye. All right. He was wrong, and there was nothing he could do about it now. But he was not accepting humiliation. "And the safe conduct pass," Kharkov said softly. Marty laid it beside the dispatch. "Comrade Corporal," Kharkov called in Spanish. The corporal opened the door and came in. He looked quickly at André Marty, who stared back at him like an old boar which has been brought to bay by hounds. There was no fear on Marty's face, and no humiliation. He was only angry, and he was only temporarily at bay. He knew these dogs could never hold him. "Take these to the two comrades in the guardroom and direct them to General Goles's headquarters," Kharkov said. "There has been too much delay." The corporal went out, and Marty looked after him, then looked at Kharkov. "Tovarich Marty," Kharkov said, "I am going to find out just how untouchable you are." Marty looked straight at him and said nothing. "Don't start to have any plans about the corporal either," Kharkov went on. "It was not the corporal. I saw the two men in the guardroom, and they spoke to me. This was a lie. I hope all men always will speak to me. This was the truth, although it was the corporal who had spoken. But Kharkov had this belief in the good which could come from his own accessibility and the humanizing possibility of benevolent intervention. It was the one thing he was never cynical about. You know, when I am in the USSR, people write to me in Pravda when there is an injustice in a town in Azerbaijan. Did you know that? They say, Kharkov will help us." André Marty looked at him with no expression on his face except anger and dislike. There was nothing in his mind now but that Kharkov had done something against him. All right, Kharkov, power and all, could watch out. "This is something else," Kharkov went on, "but it is the same principle. I am going to find out just how untouchable you are, Comrade Marty. I would like to know if it could not be possible to change the name of that tractor factory." André Marty looked away from him and back to the map. "What did young Jordan say?" Kharkov asked him. "I did not read it," André Marty said. "Et maintenant, fiche mon paix, Comrade Kharkov." "Good," said Kharkov. "I leave you to your military labors." He stepped out of the room and walked to the guardroom. Andres and Gomez were already gone, and he stood there a moment looking up the road and at the mountaintops beyond that showed now in the first gray of daylight. "We must get on up there," he thought. "It will be soon now." Andres and Gomez were on the motorcycle on the road again, and it was getting light. Now Andres, holding again to the back of the seat ahead of him as the motorcycle climbed turn after switchback turn in a faint gray mist that lay over the top of the pass, felt the motorcycle speed under him, then skid and stop, and they were standing by the motorcycle on a long downslope of road, and in the woods, on their left, were tanks covered with pine branches. There were troops here all through the woods. Andres saw men carrying the long poles of stretchers over their shoulders. 3 staff cars were off the road to the right, in under the trees, with branches laid against their sides and other pine branches over their tops. Gomez wheeled the motorcycle up to one of them. He leaned it against a pine tree and spoke to the chauffeur who was sitting by the car, his back against a tree. "I'll take you to him," the chauffeur said. "Put thy moto out of sight and cover it with these." He pointed to a pile of cut branches. With the sun just starting to come through the high branches of the pine trees, Gomez and Andres followed the chauffeur, whose name was Vicente, through the pines across the road and up the slope to the entrance of a dugout, from the roof of which signal wires ran on up over the wooded slope. They stood outside while the chauffeur went in, and Andres admired the construction of the dugout, which showed only as a hole in the hillside, with no dirt scattered about, but which he could see, from the entrance, was both deep and profound, with men moving around in it freely, with no need to duck their heads under the heavy timbered roof. Vicente, the chauffeur, came out. "He is up above where they are deploying for the attack," he said. "I gave it to his chief of staff. He signed for it. Here." He handed Gomez the receipted envelope. Gomez gave it to Andres, who looked at it and put it inside his shirt. "What is the name of him who signed?" he asked. "Duval," Vicente said. "Good," said Andres. "He was one of the 3 to whom I might give it." "Should we wait for an answer?" Gomez asked Andres. "It might be best, though where I will find the Inglés and the others after that of the bridge, neither God knows." "Come wait with me," Vicente said, "until the general returns, and I will get thee coffee." "Thou must be hungry." "And these tanks," Gomez said to him. They were passing the branch-covered, mud-colored tanks, each with 2 deep-ridged tracks over the pine needles showing where they had swung and backed from the road. Their 45 mm guns jutted horizontally under the branches, and the drivers and gunners in their leather coats and ridged helmets sat with their backs against the trees or lay sleeping on the ground. "These are the reserve," Vicente said. "Also, these troops are in reserve. Those who commenced the attack are above." "They are many," Andres said. "Yes," Vicente said. "It is a full division." Inside the dugout, Duval, holding the open dispatch from Robert Jordan in his left hand, glancing at his wristwatch on the same hand, reading the dispatch for the 4th time, each time feeling the sweat come out from under his armpit and run down his flank, said into the telephone, "Get me position Segovia, then. He's left. Get me position Avila." He kept on with the phone. It wasn't any good. He had talked to both brigades. Goals had been up to inspect the dispositions for the attack and was on his way to an observation post. He called the observation post, and he was not there. "Get me planes 1, Duval said, suddenly taking all responsibility. He would take responsibility for holding it up. It was better to hold it up. You could not send them to a surprise attack against an enemy that was waiting for it. You couldn't do it. It was just murder. You couldn't. You mustn't. No matter what. They could shoot him if they wanted. He would call the airfield directly and get the bombardment canceled. But suppose it's just a holding attack. Suppose we were supposed to draw off all that material and those forces. Suppose that is what it is for. They never tell you it is a holding attack when you make it. Cancel the call to Planes 1, he told the signaler. Get me the 69th Brigade observation post. He was still calling there when he heard the first sound of the planes. It was just then he got through to the observation post. Yes, Goals said quietly. He was sitting leaning back against the sandbag, his feet against a rock. A cigarette hung from his lower lip, and he was looking up and over his shoulder while he was talking. He was seeing the expanding wedges of threes, silver and thundering in the sky, that were coming over the far shoulder of the mountain where the first sun was striking. He watched them come shining and beautiful in the sun. He saw the twin circles of light where the sun shone on the propellers as they came. Yes, he said into the telephone, speaking in French because it was Duval on the wire. Nous sommes foutus. Oui, comme toujours. Oui, c'est dommage. Oui, it's a shame it came too late. His eyes, watching the planes coming, were very proud. He saw the red wing markings now, and he watched their steady, stately roaring advance. This was how it could be. These were our planes. They had come, crated on ships, from the Black Sea through the Straits of Marmara, through the Dardanelles, through the Mediterranean, and to here, unloaded lovingly at Alicante, assembled ably, tested and found perfect, and now flown in lovely hammering precision. The V's tight and pure as they came now, high and silver in the morning sun, to blast those ridges across there and blow them roaring high so that we can go through. Gulls knew that once they had passed overhead and on, the bombs would fall, looking like porpoises in the air as they tumbled. And then the ridge tops would spout and roar in jumping clouds and disappear in one great blowing cloud. Then the tanks would grind, clanking up those two slopes, and after them would go his two brigades. And if it had been a surprise, they could go on and down and over and through, pausing, cleaning up, dealing with, much to do. Much to be done intelligently with the tanks helping, with the tanks wheeling and returning, giving covering fire, and others bringing the attackers up, then slipping on and over and through and pushing down beyond. This was how it would be if there was no treason, and if all did what they should. There were the two ridges, and there were the tanks ahead. And there were his two good brigades ready to leave the woods, and here came the planes now. Everything he had to do had been done as it should be. But as he watched the planes, almost up to him now, he felt sick at his stomach, for he knew from having heard Jordan's dispatch over the phone that there would be no one on those two ridges. They'd be withdrawn a little way below in narrow trenches to escape the fragments, or hiding in the timber, and when the bombers passed, they'd get back up there with their machine guns and their automatic weapons and the anti-tank guns Jordan had said went up the road, and it would be one famous balls up more. But the planes, now coming deafeningly, were how it could have been. And Gauls watching them, looking up, said into the telephone, "No, rien à faire, rien, faut pas penser, faut accepter." Gauls watched the plains with his hard, proud eyes that knew how things could be and how they would be instead, and said, proud of how they could be, believing in how they could be, even if they never were. Bon, nous ferons notre petit possible, and hung up. But Duval did not hear him. Sitting at the table, holding the receiver, all he heard was the roar of the planes, and he thought, now, maybe this time, listen to them come. Maybe the bombers will blow them all off. Maybe we will get a breakthrough. Maybe he will get the reserves he asked for. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the time. Go on, come on, go on. The roar was such that he could not hear what he was thinking. Chapter 43. Robert Jordan lay behind the trunk of a pine tree on the slope of the hill above the road and the bridge and watched it become daylight. He loved this hour of the day always, and now he watched it, feeling it gray within him, as though he were a part of the slow lightening that comes before the rising of the sun, when solid things darken and space lightens, and the lights that have shone in the night go yellow and then fade as the day comes. The pine trunks below him were hard and clear now, their trunks solid and brown, and the road was shiny with a wisp of mist over it. The dew had wet him, and the forest floor was soft, and he felt the give of the brown, dropped pine needles under his elbows. Below he saw, through the light mist that rose from the stream bed, the steel of the bridge, straight and rigid across the gap, with the wooden sentry boxes at each end. But as he looked, the structure of the bridge was still spidery and fine in the mist that hung over the stream. He saw the sentry now in his box as he stood, his back with the hanging blanket coat topped by the steel cask on his head showing as he leaned forward over the hole-punched petrol tin of the brazier, warming his hands. Robert Jordan heard the stream far down in the rocks, and he saw a faint, thin smoke that rose from the sentry box. He looked at his watch and thought, I wonder if Andrea's got Gruta goals. If we are going to blow it, I would like to breathe very slowly and slow up the time again and feel it. Do you think he made it, Andres? And if he did, would they call it off? If they had time to call it off? Que va, do not worry. They will or they won't. There are no more decisions, and in a little while you will know. Suppose the attack is successful. Goals said it could be, that there was a possibility. With our tanks coming down that road, the people coming through from the right and down and past La Granja, and the whole left of the mountains turned. Why don't you ever think of how it is to win? You've been on the defensive for so long that you can't think of that. Sure, but that was before all that stuff went up this road. That was before all the planes came. Don't be so naive. But remember this, that as long as we can hold them here, we keep the fascists tied up. They can't attack any other country until they finish with us, and they can never finish with us. If the French help at all, if only they leave the frontier open, and if we get planes from America, they can never finish with us. Never, if we get anything at all. These people will fight forever if they're well armed. No, you must not expect victory here, not for several years maybe. This is just a holding attack. You must not get illusions about it now. Suppose we got a breakthrough today. This is our first big attack. Keep your sense of proportion. But what if we should have it? Don't get excited, he told himself. Remember what went up the road. You've done what you could about that. We should have portable short-wave sets, though. We will, in time, but we haven't yet. You just watch now and do what you should. Today is only one day in all the days that will ever be. But what will happen in all the other days that ever come can depend on what you do today. It's been that way all this year. It's been that way so many times. All of this war is that way. You are getting very pompous in the early morning, he told himself. Look there, what's coming now? He saw the two men in blanket capes and steel helmets come around the corner of the road, walking toward the bridge, their rifles slung over their shoulders. One stopped at the far end of the bridge and was out of sight in the sentry box. The other came on across the bridge, walking slowly and heavily. He stopped on the bridge and spat into the gorge, then came on slowly to the near end of the bridge where the other sentry spoke to him, and then started off back over the bridge. The sentry who was relieved walked faster than the other had done, because he's going to coffee, Robert Jordan thought. But he too spat down into the gorge. I wonder if that is superstition. Robert Jordan thought, I'll have to take me a spit in that gorge too, if I can spit by then. No, it can't be very powerful medicine. It can't work. I'll have to prove it doesn't work before I am out there. The new sentry had gone inside the box and sat down. His rifle, with the bayonet fixed, was leaning against the wall. Robert Jordan took his glasses from his shirt pocket and turned the eyepieces until the end of the bridge showed sharp and gray-painted metal, clear. Then he moved them onto the sentry box. The sentry sat leaning against the wall. His helmet hung on a peg, and his face showed clearly. Robert Jordan saw he was the same man who had been there on guard 2 days before in the afternoon watch. He was wearing the same knitted stocking cap, and he had not shaved. His cheeks were sunken and his cheekbones prominent. He had bushy eyebrows that grew together in the center. He looked sleepy, and as Robert Jordan watched him, he yawned. Then he took out a tobacco pouch and a packet of papers and rolled himself a cigarette. He tried to make a lighter work and finally put it in his pocket and went over to the brazier, leaned over, reached inside, brought up a piece of charcoal, juggled it in one hand while he blew on it, then lit the cigarette and tossed the lump of charcoal back into the brazier. Robert Jordan, looking through the Zeiss 8-power glasses, watched his face as he leaned against the wall of the sentry box, drawing on the cigarette. Then he took the glasses down, folded them together, and put them in his pocket. I won't look at him again, he told himself. He lay there and watched the road and tried not to think at all. A squirrel chittered from a pine tree below him, and Robert Jordan watched the squirrel come down the tree trunk, stopping on his way down to turn his head and look toward where the man was watching. He saw the squirrel's eyes, small and bright, and watched his tail jerk in excitement. Then the squirrel crossed to another tree, moving on the ground in long, small-pawed, tail-exaggerated bounds. On the tree trunk, he looked back at Robert Jordan, then pulled himself around the trunk and out of sight. Then Robert Jordan heard the squirrel chitter from a high branch of the pine tree, and he watched him there, spread flat along the branch, his tail jerking. Robert Jordan looked down through the pines to the sentry box again. He would like to have had the squirrel with him in his pocket. He would like to have had anything that he could touch. He rubbed his elbows against the pine needles, but it was not the same. Nobody knows how lonely you can be when you do this. Me, though, I know. I hope that Rabbit will get out of this all right. Stop that now. Yes, sure, but I can hope that, and I do, that I blow it well, and that she gets out all right. Good. Sure. Just that. That is all I want now. He lay there now and looked away from the road and the sentry box and across to the far mountain. Just do not think at all, he told himself. He lay there quietly and watched the morning come. It was a fine early summer morning, and it came very fast now in the end of May. Once, a motorcyclist in a leather coat and all-leather helmet, with an automatic rifle in a holster by his left leg, came across the bridge and went on up the road. Once an ambulance crossed the bridge, passed below him, and went up the road. But that was all. He smelled the pines, and he heard the stream, and the bridge showed clear now and beautiful in the morning light. He lay there behind the pine tree, with the submachine gun across his left forearm, and he never looked at the sentry box again, until, long after it seemed that it was never coming, that nothing could happen on such a lovely late May morning, he heard the sudden, clustered thudding of the bombs. As he heard the bombs, the first thumping noise of them, before the echo of them came back in thunder from the mountain, Robert Jordan drew in a long breath and lifted the submachine gun from where it lay. His arm felt stiff from its weight, and his fingers were heavy with reluctance. The man in the sentry box stood up when he heard the bombs. Robert Jordan saw him reach for his rifle and step forward out of the box, listening. He stood in the road with the sun shining on him. The knitted cap was on the side of his head, and the sun was on his unshaved face as he looked up into the sky toward where the planes were bombing. There was no mist on the road now, and Robert Jordan saw the man, clearly and sharply, standing there on the road, looking up at the sky. The sun shone bright on him through the trees. Robert Jordan felt his own breath tight now, as though a strand of wire bound his chest, and, steadying his elbows, feeling the corrugations of the forward grip against his fingers, he put the oblong of the foresight, settled now in the notch of the rear, onto the center of the man's chest, and squeezed the trigger gently. He felt the quick, liquid, spastic lurching of the gun against his shoulder, and on the road, the man, looking surprised and hurt, slid forward on his knees, and his forehead doubled to the road. His rifle fell by him and lay there with one of the man's fingers twisted through the trigger guard, his wrist bent forward. The rifle lay, bayonet forward, on the road. Robert Jordan looked away from the man lying with his head doubled under on the road, to the bridge and the sentry box at the other end. He could not see the other sentry, and he looked down the slope to the right, where he knew Augustine was hidden. Then he heard Anselmo shoot, the shot smashing an echo back from the gorge. Then he heard him shoot again. With that second shot came the cracking boom of grenades from around the corner below the bridge. Then there was the noise of grenades from well up the road to the left. Then he heard rifle firing up the road, and from below came the noise of Pablo's cavalry automatic rifle spat, 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 spatting into the noise of grenades. He saw Anselmo scrambling down the steep cut to the far end of the bridge, and he slung the submachine gun over his shoulder and picked up the 2 heavy packs from behind the pine trunks, and with one in each hand, the packs pulling his arms so that he felt the tendons would pull out of his shoulders, he ran lurching down the steep slope to the road. As he ran, he heard Augustin shouting, "Buena casa, Inglés! Buena casa!" And he thought, nice hunting, like hell, nice hunting. And just then he heard Anselmo shoot at the far end of the bridge, the noise of the shot clanging in the steel girders. He passed the sentry where he lay and ran onto the bridge, the packs swinging. The old man came running toward him, holding his carbine in one hand. "Sin novedad," he shouted. "There's nothing wrong. Tuve que rematarlo. I had to finish him." Robert Jordan, kneeling, opening the packs in the center of the bridge, taking out his material, saw that tears were running down Anselmo's cheeks through the gray beard stubble. "Yo maté uno también," he said to Anselmo. "I killed one too," and jerked his head toward where the sentry lay hunched over in the road at the end of the bridge. "Yes, man, yes," Anselmo said. "We have to kill them, and we kill them." Robert Jordan was climbing down into the framework of the bridge. The girders were cold and wet with dew under his hands, and he climbed carefully, feeling the sun on his back, bracing himself in a bridge truss, hearing the noise of the tumbling water below him, hearing firing, too much firing, up the road at the upper post. He was sweating heavily now, and it was cool under the bridge. He had a coil of wire around one arm, and a pair of pliers hung by a thong from his wrist. "Hand me that down a package at a time, viejo," he called up to Anselmo. The old man leaned far over the edge, handing down the oblong blocks of explosive, and Robert Jordan reached up for them, shoved them in where he wanted them, packed them close, braced them. "Wedges, viejo, give me wedges." Smelling the fresh shingle smell of the new whittled wedges as he tapped them in tight to hold the charge between the girders. Now, as he worked, placing, bracing, wedging, lashing tight with wire, thinking only of demolition, working fast and skillfully as a surgeon works, he heard a rattle of firing from below on the road. Then there was the noise of a grenade. Then another, booming through the rushing noise the water made. Then it was quiet from that direction. "Damn," he thought. "I wonder what hit them then." There was still firing up the road at the upper post. Too damned much firing, and he was lashing 2 grenades side by side on top of the braced blocks of explosive, winding wire over their corrugations so they would hold tight and firm, and lashing it tight, twisting it with the pliers. He felt of the whole thing, and then, to make it more solid, tapped in a wedge above the grenades that blocked the whole charge firmly in against the steel. "The other side now, viejo," he shouted up to Anselmo, and climbed across through the trestling, like a bloody Tarzan in a rolled steel forest, he thought, and then, coming out from under the dark, the stream tumbling below him, he looked up and saw Anselmo's face as he reached the packages of explosive down to him. God damn good face, he thought, not crying now, that's all to the good, and one side done. This side now, and we're done. This will drop it like what all. Come on, don't get excited. Do it. Clean and fast as the last one. Don't fumble with it. Take your time. Don't try to do it faster than you can. You can't lose now. Nobody can keep you from blowing one side now. You're doing it just the way you should. This is a cool place. Christ, it feels cool as a wine cellar, and there's no crap. Usually working under a stone bridge, it's full of crap. This is a dream bridge, a bloody dream bridge. It's the old man on top who's in a bad spot. Don't try to do it faster than you can. I wish that shooting would be over up above. Give me some wedges, viejo. I don't like that shootin' still. Pilar has gotten trouble there. Some of the post must have been out back, or behind the mill. They're still shooting. That means there's somebody still at the mill. And all that damned sawdust. Those big piles of sawdust. Sawdust, when it's old and packed, is good stuff to fight behind. There must be several of them still. It's quiet below with Pablo. I wonder what that second flare-up was. It must have been a car or a motorcyclist. I hope to God they don't have any armored cars come up or any tanks. Go on. Put it in just as fast as you can and wedge it tight and lash it fast. You're shaking like a goddamn woman. What the hell is the matter with you? You're trying to do it too fast. I'll bet that goddamn woman up above isn't shaking. That Pilar. Maybe she is too. She sounds as though she were in plenty trouble. She'll shake if she gets in enough, like everybody bloody else. He leaned out and up into the sunlight, and as he reached his hand up to take what Anselmo handed him, his head now above the noise of the falling water, the firing increased sharply up the road, and then the noise of grenades again. Then more grenades. They rushed the sawmill then. It's lucky I've got this stuff in blocks, he thought. Instead of sticks. What the hell? It's just neater. Although a lousy canvas sack full of jelly would be quicker. 2 sacks? No, 1 of that would do. And if we just had detonators and the old exploder. That son of a bitch threw my exploder in the river. That old box and the places that it's been. In this river he threw it. That bastard Pablo. He gave them hell there below just now. Give me some more of that, viejo. The old man's doing very well. He's in quite a place up there. He hated to shoot that sentry. So did I, but I didn't think about it. Nor do I think about it now. You have to do that. But then Anselmo got a cripple. I know about cripples. I think that killing a man with an automatic weapon makes it easier. I mean, on the one doing it. It is different. After the first touch, it is it that does it, not you. Save that to go into some other time. You and your head. You have a nice thinking head, old Jordan. Roll, Jordan, roll. They used to yell that at football when you lugged the ball. Do you know the damned Jordan is really not much bigger than that creek down there below? At the source, you mean. So is anything else at the source. This is a place, here under this bridge. A home away from home. Come on, Jordan, pull yourself together. This is serious, Jordan. Don't you understand? Serious. It's less so all the time. Look at that other side, Barake. I'm all right now, however she goes. As Maine goes, so goes the nation. As Jordan goes, so goes the bloody Israelites. The bridge, I mean. As Jordan goes, so goes the bloody bridge. Other way around, really. Give me some more of that, Anselmo, old boy, he said. The old man nodded. Almost through, Robert Jordan said. The old man nodded again. Finishing wiring the grenades down, he no longer heard the firing from up the road. Suddenly, he was working only with the noise of the stream. He looked down and saw it boiling up white below him through the boulders, and then dropping down to a clear pebbled pool where one of the wedges he had dropped swung around in the current. As he looked, a trout rose for some insect and made a circle on the surface close to where the chip was turning. As he twisted the wire tight with the pliers that held these 2 grenades in place, he saw, through the metal of the bridge, the sunlight on the green slope of the mountain. It was brown 3 days ago, he thought. Out from the cool dark under the bridge, he leaned into the bright sun and shouted to Anselmo's bending face, "Give me the big coil of wire."
The old man handed it down. "For God's sake, don't loosen them any yet. This will pull them. I wish you could string them through. But with the length of wire you are using, it's okay," Robert Jordan thought, as he felt the cotter pins that held the rings that would release the levers on the hand grenades. He checked that the grenades, lashed on their sides, had room for the levers to spring when the pins were pulled. The wire that lashed them ran through under the levers. Then he attached a length of wire to one ring, wired it onto the main wire that ran to the ring of the outside grenade, paid off some slack from the coil, and passed it around a steel brace, and then handed the coil up to Anselmo. "Hold it carefully," he said. He climbed up onto the bridge, took the coil from the old man, and walked back as fast as he could pay out wire toward where the sentry was slumped in the road, leaning over the side of the bridge and paying out wire from the coil as he walked. "Bring the sacks," he shouted to Anselmo as he walked backwards. As he passed, he stooped down and picked up the submachine gun and slung it over his shoulder again. It was then, looking up from paying out wire, that he saw, well up the road, those who were coming back from the upper post. There were 4 of them, he saw, and then he had to watch his wire so it would be clear and not foul against any of the outer work of the bridge. Eladio was not with them. Robert Jordan carried the wire clear past the end of the bridge, took a loop around the last stanchion, and then ran along the road until he stopped beside a stone marker. He cut the wire and handed it to Anselmo. "Hold this, viejo," he said. "Now walk back with me to the bridge. Take up on it as you walk." "No, I will." At the bridge, he pulled the wire back out through the hitch, so it now ran clear and unfouled to the grenade rings, and handed it, stretching alongside the bridge but running quite clear, to Anselmo. "Take this back to that high stone," he said. "Hold it easily but firmly. Do not put any force on it. When thou pullest hard, hard, the bridge will blow. Comprendes?" "Yes." "Treat it softly, but do not let it sag, so it will foul. Keep it lightly firm, but not pulling until thou pullest. Comprendes?" "Yes." "When thou pullest, really pull. Do not jerk." Robert Jordan, while he spoke, was looking up the road at the remainder of Pilar's band. They were close now, and he saw Primitivo and Rafael were supporting Fernando. He looked to be shot through the groin, for he was holding himself there with both hands, while the man and the boy held him on either side. His right leg was dragging, the side of the shoe scraping on the road as they walked him. Pilar was climbing the bank into the timber, carrying 3 rifles. Robert Jordan could not see her face, but her head was up and she was climbing as fast as she could. "How does it go?" Primitivo called. "Good, we're almost finished," Robert Jordan shouted back. There was no need to ask how it went with them. As he looked away, the 3 were on the edge of the road, and Fernando was shaking his head as they tried to get him up the bank. "Give me a rifle here," Robert Jordan heard him say in a choky voice. "No, hombre, we will get thee to the horses." "What would I do with a horse?" Fernando said. "I am very well here." Robert Jordan did not hear the rest, for he was speaking to Anselmo. "Blow it if tanks come," he said, "but only if they come onto it.
Blow it if armored cars come, if they come onto it. Anything else, Pablo will stop. I will not blow it with thee beneath it. Take no account of me. Blow it if thou needest to. I fix the other wire and come back. Then we will blow it together. He started running for the center of the bridge. Anselmo saw Robert Jordan run up the bridge, coil of wire over his arm, pliers hanging from one wrist, and the submachine gun slung over his back. He saw him climb down under the rail of the bridge and out of sight. Anselmo held the wire in his hand, his right hand, and he crouched behind the stone marker and looked down the road and across the bridge. Halfway between him and the bridge was the sentry, who had settled now closer to the road, sinking closer onto the smooth road surface as the sun weighed on his back. His rifle, lying on the road, the bayonet fixed, pointed straight toward Anselmo. The old man looked past him along the surface of the bridge, crossed by the shadows of the bridge rail, to where the road swung to the left along the gorge, and then turned out of sight behind the rocky wall. He looked at the far sentry box, with the sun shining on it, and then, conscious of the wire in his hand, he turned his head to where Fernando was speaking to Primitivo and the gypsy. "Leave me here," Fernando said. "It hurts much, and there is much hemorrhage inside. I feel it in the inside when I move." "Let us get thee up the slope," Primitivo said. "Put thy arms around our shoulders, and we will take thy legs." "It is inutile," Fernando said. "Put me here behind a stone. I am as useful here as above." "But when we go," Primitivo said. "Leave me here," Fernando said. "There is no question of my traveling with this. Thus it gives one horse more. I am very well here. Certainly they will come soon." "We can take thee up the hill," the gypsy said, "easily." He was, naturally, in a deadly hurry to be gone, as was Primitivo, but they had brought him this far. "Nay," Fernando said, "I am very well here. What passes with Eladio?" The gypsy put his finger on his head to show where the wound had been. "Here," he said, "after thee, when we made the rush." "Leave me," Fernando said. Anselmo could see he was suffering much. He held both hands against his groin now and put his head back against the bank, his legs straight out before him. His face was gray and sweating. "Leave me now, please, for a favor," he said. His eyes were shut with pain, the edges of the lips twitching. "I find myself very well here." "Here is a rifle and cartridges," Primitivo said. "Is it mine?" Fernando asked, his eyes shut. "Nay, the Pilar has thine," Primitivo said. "This is mine." "I would prefer my own," Fernando said. "I am more accustomed to it." "I will bring it to thee," the gypsy lied to him. "Keep this until it comes." "I am in a very good position here," Fernando said, "both for up the road and for the bridge." He opened his eyes, turned his head and looked across the bridge, then shut them as the pain came. The gypsy tapped his head and motioned with his thumb to Primitivo for them to be off. "Then we will be down for thee," Primitivo said, and started up the slope after the gypsy, who was climbing fast. Fernando lay back against the bank. In front of him was one of the whitewashed stones that marked the edge of the road. His head was in the shadow, but the sun shone on his plugged and bandaged wound, and on his hands that were cupped over it. His legs and his feet also were in the sun. The rifle lay beside him, and there were 3 clips of cartridges shining in the sun beside the rifle.
A fly crawled on his hands, but the small tickling did not come through the pain. "Fernando," Anselmo called to him from where he crouched, holding the wire. He had made a loop in the end of the wire and twisted it close so he could hold it in his fist. "Fernando," he called again. Fernando opened his eyes and looked at him.
"How does it go?" Fernando asked. "Very good," Anselmo said. "Now, in a minute, we will be blowing it." "I am pleased. Anything you need me for, advise me," Fernando said, and shut his eyes again, and the pain lurched in him. Anselmo looked away from him and out onto the bridge. He was watching for the first sight of the coil of wire being handed up onto the bridge, and for the Inglés' sunburnt head and face to follow it as he would pull himself up the side. At the same time, he was watching beyond the bridge for anything to come around the far corner of the road. He did not feel afraid now at all, and he had not been afraid all the day. "It goes so fast, and it is so normal," he thought. "I hated the shooting of the guard, and it made me an emotion, but that is past now. How could the Inglés say that the shooting of a man is like the shooting of an animal? In all hunting, I have had an elation and no feeling of wrong. But to shoot a man gives a feeling as though one had struck one's own brother when you are grown men. And to shoot him various times to kill him? Nay, do not think of that. That gave thee too much emotion, and thee ran blubbering down the bridge like a woman. That is over," he told himself, "and thou canst try to atone for it as for the others. But now thou hast what thou asked for last night, coming home across the hills. Thou art in battle, and thou hast no problem. If I die on this morning now, it is all right." Then he looked at Fernando, lying there against the bank with his hands cupped over the groove of his hip, his lips blue, his eyes tight shut, breathing heavily and slowly, and he thought, "If I die, may it be quickly. Nay, I said I would ask nothing more if I were granted what I needed for today. So I will not ask. Understand, I ask nothing. Nothing in any way. Give me what I asked for, and I leave all the rest according to discretion." He listened to the noise that came, far away, of the battle at the pass, and he said to himself, "Truly, this is a great day. I should realize and know what a day this is." But there was no lift or any excitement in his heart. That was all gone, and there was nothing but a calmness. And now, as he crouched behind the marker stone with the looped wire in his hand and another loop of it around his wrist and the gravel beside the road under his knees, he was not lonely, nor did he feel in any way alone. He was one with the wire in his hand and one with the bridge and one with the charges the Inglés had placed. He was one with the Inglés still working under the bridge, and he was one with all of the battle and with the Republic. But there was no excitement. It was all calm now, and the sun beat down on his neck and on his shoulders as he crouched, and as he looked up, he saw the high, cloudless sky and the slope of the mountain rising beyond the river. And he was not happy, but he was neither lonely nor afraid. Up the hill slope, Pilar lay behind a tree watching the road that came down from the pass. She had 3 loaded rifles by her, and she handed one to Primitivo as he dropped down beside her. "Get down there," she said, "behind that tree. Thou, gypsy, over there." She pointed to another tree below. "Is he dead?" "Nay, not yet," Primitivo said. "It was bad luck," Pilar said. "If we had had 2 more, it need not have happened.
He should have crawled around the sawdust pile. Is he all right there where he is?
Primitivo shook his head. When the Inglés blows the bridge, will fragments come this far? The gypsy asked from behind his tree. I don't know, Pilar said, but Augustine with the machina is closer than thee. The Inglés would not have placed him there if it were too close. But I remember, with the blowing of the train, the lamp of the engine blew by over my head, and pieces of steel flew by like swallows. Thou hast poetic memories, Pilar said, like swallows, joder. They were like wash boilers. Listen, gypsy, thou hast comported thyself well today. Now do not let thy fear catch up with thee. Well, I only asked if it would blow this far so I might keep well behind the tree trunk, the gypsy said. Keep it thus, Pilar told him. How many have we killed? Pues 5 for us, 2 here. Canst thou not see the other at the far end? Look there, toward the bridge. See the box? Look. Dost see? He pointed. Then there were 8 below for Pablo. I watched that post for the Ingles. Pilar grunted. Then she said violently and raging, What passes with that Ingles? What is he obscenitying off under that bridge? Via Mundanga! Is he building a bridge or blowing one? She raised her head and looked down at Anselmo, crouched behind the stone marker. Hey, viejo, she shouted, what passes with thy obscenity of an Inglés? Patience, woman, Anselmo called up, holding the wire lightly but firmly. He is terminating his work. But what in the name of the great whore does he take so much time about? Es muy consensuo, Anselmo shouted. It is a scientific labor. I obscenity in the milk of science, Pilar raged to the gypsy. Let the filth-faced obscenity blow it and be done. Maria, she shouted in her deep voice up the hill, thy Inglés. And she shouted a flood of obscenity about Jordan's imaginary actions under the bridge. Calm yourself, woman, Anselmo called from the road. He is doing an enormous work. He is finishing it now. The hell with it, Pilar raged. It is speed that counts. Just then, they all heard firing start down the road where Pablo was holding the post he had taken. Pilar stopped cursing and listened. Aye, she said. Aye, aye, that's it. Robert Jordan heard it as he swung the coil of wire up onto the bridge with one hand and then pulled himself up after it. As his knees rested on the edge of the iron of the bridge and his hands were on the surface, he heard the machine gun firing around the bend below. It was a different sound from Pablo's automatic rifle. He got to his feet, leaned over, passed his coil of wire clear, and commenced to pay out wire as he walked backwards and sideways along the bridge. He heard the firing, and as he walked, he felt it in the pit of his stomach, as though it echoed on his own diaphragm. It was closer now as he walked, and he looked back at the bend of the road, but it was still clear of any car or tank or men. It was still clear when he was halfway to the end of the bridge. It was still clear when he was 3/4 of the way, his wire running clear and unfouled, and it was still clear as he climbed around behind the sentry box, holding his wire out to keep it from catching on the ironwork. Then he was on the road, and it was still clear below on the road, and then he was moving fast backwards up the little washed-out gully by the lower side of the road, as an outfielder goes backwards for a long fly ball, keeping the wire taut. And now he was almost opposite Anselmo Stone, and it was still clear below the bridge.
Then he heard the truck coming down the road, and he saw it over his shoulder, just coming on to the long slope. And he swung his wrist once around the wire and yelled to Anselmo, "Blow her!" And he dug his heels in and leaned back hard onto the tension of the wire with a turn of it around his wrist. And the noise of the truck was coming behind and ahead. There was the road with the dead sentry, and the long bridge, and the stretch of road below, still clear. And then there was a cracking roar, and the middle of the bridge rose up in the air like a wave breaking. And he felt the blast from the explosion roll back against him as he dove on his face in the pebbly gully with his hands holding tight over his head. His face was down against the pebbles as the bridge settled where it had risen, and the familiar yellow smell of it rolled over him in acrid smoke, and then it commenced to rain pieces of steel. After the steel stopped falling, he was still alive, and he raised his head and looked across the bridge. The center section of it was gone. There were jagged pieces of steel on the bridge, with their bright, new, torn edges and ends, and these were all over the road. The truck had stopped up the road about 100 yards. The driver and the 2 men who had been with him were running toward a culvert. Fernando was still lying against the bank, and he was still breathing. His arms straight by his sides, his hands relaxed. Anselmo lay face down behind the white marking stone. His left arm was doubled under his head, and his right arm was stretched straight out. The loop of wire was still around his right fist. Robert Jordan got to his feet, crossed the road, knelt by him, and made sure that he was dead. He did not turn him over to see what the piece of steel had done. He was dead, and that was all. He looked very small, dead, Robert Jordan thought. He looked small and gray-headed, and Robert Jordan thought, I wonder how he ever carried such big loads if that is the size he really was. Then he saw the shape of the calves and the thighs in the tight, gray herdsman's breeches, and the worn soles of the rope-soled shoes, and he picked up Anselmo's carbine and the 2 sacks, practically empty now, and went over and picked up the rifle that lay beside Fernando. He kicked a jagged piece of steel off the surface of the road. Then he swung the 2 rifles over his shoulder, holding them by the muzzles, and started up the slope into the timber. He did not look back, nor did he even look across the bridge at the road. They were still firing around the bend below, but he cared nothing about that now. He was coughing from the TNT fumes, and he felt numb all through himself. He put one of the rifles down by Pilar where she lay behind the tree. She looked and saw that made 3 rifles that she had again. "You are too high up here," he said. "There's a truck up the road where you can't see it. They thought it was planes. You better get farther down. I'm going down with Augustin to cover Pablo." "The old one?" she asked him, looking at his face. "Dead." He coughed again, rackingly, and spat on the ground. "Thy bridge is blown, Inglés." Pilar looked at him. "Don't forget that." "I don't forget anything," he said. "You have a big voice," he said to Pilar. "I have heard thee bellow. Shout up to the Maria and tell her that I am all right." "We lost 2 at the sawmill," Pilar said, trying to make him understand. "So I saw," Robert Jordan said. "Did you do something stupid?" "Go and obscenity thyself, Inglés," Pilar said. "Fernando and Eladio were men too." "Why don't you go up with the horses?" Robert Jordan said. "I can cover here better than thee." "Thou art to cover Pablo." "The hell with Pablo! Let him cover himself with me at the—" "Nay, Inglés." He came back.
He has fought much below there. Thou hast not listened. He is fighting now, against something bad. Do you not hear? I'll cover him, but obscenity all of you, thou and Pablo both. Inglés, Pilar said. Calm thyself. I have been with thee in this as no one could be. Pablo did thee a wrong, but he returned. If I had had the exploder, the old man would not have been killed. I could have blown it from here. If, Pilar said, the anger and the emptiness and the hate that had come with the letdown after the bridge, when he had looked up from where he had lain and crouching, seen Anselmo dead, were still all through him. In him, too, was despair from the sorrow that soldiers turn to hatred in order that they may continue to be soldiers. Now it was over. He was lonely, detached, and unelated, and he hated everyone he saw. If there had been no snow, Pilar said, and then, not suddenly, as a physical release could have been, if the woman would have put her arm around him, say, but slowly, and from his head he began to accept it and let the hate go out. Sure, the snow, that had done it. The snow, done it to others. Once you saw it again as it was to others, once you got rid of your own self, the always ridding of self that you had to do in war, where there could be no self, where your self is only to be lost. Then, from his losing of it, he heard Pilar say, "Sordo." "What?" he said. "Sordo." "Yes," Robert Jordan said. He grinned at her, a cracked, stiff, too tightened facial tendoned grin. "Forget it. I was wrong. I am sorry, woman. Let us do this well and all together, and the bridge is blown, as thou sayest. Yes, thou must think of things in their place. Then I go now to Augustine. Put thy gypsy much farther down, so that he can see well up the road. Give those guns to Primitivo, and take this machina. Let me show thee." "Keep the machina," Pilar said. "We will not be here any time. Pablo should come now, and we will be going." "Raphael," Robert Jordan said, "come down here with me. Here, good. See those coming out of the culvert? There, above the truck, coming toward the truck. Hit me one of those. Sit, take it easy." The gypsy aimed carefully and fired, and as he jerked the bolt back and ejected the shell, Robert Jordan said, "Over. You threw against the rock above. See the rock dust? Lower by 2 feet. Now, careful. They're running. Good. Sigue tirando." "I got one," the gypsy said. The man was down in the road, halfway between the culvert and the truck. The other two did not stop to drag him. They ran for the culvert and ducked in. "Don't shoot at him," Robert Jordan said. "Shoot for the top part of a front tire on the truck, so if you miss, you'll hit the engine." "Good." He watched with the glasses. "A little lower. Good. You shoot like hell. Mucho, mucho. Shoot me the top of the radiator. Anywhere on the radiator. Thou art a champion. Look, don't let anything come past that point there. See?" "Watch me break the windshield in the truck," the gypsy said happily. "Nay, the truck is already sick," Robert Jordan said. "Hold thy fire until anything comes down the road. Start firing when it is opposite the culvert. Try to hit the driver. That you all should fire then," he spoke to Pilar, who had come farther down the slope with Primitivo. "You are wonderfully placed here. See how that steepness guards thy flank? That you should get about thy business with Augustine, Pilar said. Desist from thy lecture. I have seen terrain in my time. Put Primitivo farther up there, Robert Jordan said. There, see, man, this side of where the bank steepens. Leave me, said Pilar. Get along, Inglis, thou and thy perfection. Here there is no problem. Just then they heard the planes. Maria had been with the horses for a long time, but they were no comfort to her, nor was she any to them. From where she was in the forest, she could not see the road, nor could she see the bridge, and when the firing started, she put her arm around the neck of the big white-faced bay stallion that she had gentled and brought gifts to many times when the horses had been in the corral in the trees below the camp. But her nervousness made the big stallion nervous too, and he jerked his head, his nostrils widening at the firing and the noise of the bombs. Maria could not keep still, and she walked around, patting and gentling the horses and making them all more nervous and agitated. She tried to think of the firing not as just a terrible thing that was happening, but to realize that it was Pablo below with the new men and Pilar with the others above, and that she must not worry nor get into a panic, but must have confidence in Roberto. But she could not do this, and all the firing above and below the bridge, and the distant sound of the battle that rolled down from the pass like the noise of a far-off storm, with a dried, rolling rattle in it, and the irregular beat of the bombs, was simply a horrible thing that almost kept her from breathing. Then, later, she heard Pilar's big voice from away below on the hillside, shouting up some obscenity to her that she could not understand. And she thought, "Oh God, no, no, don't talk like that with him in peril. Don't offend anyone and make useless risks. Don't give any provocation." Then she commenced to pray for Roberto quickly and automatically as she had done at school, saying the prayers as fast as she could and counting them on the fingers of her left hand, praying by tens of each of the 2 prayers she was repeating. Then the bridge blew, and one horse snapped his halter when he rose and jerked his head at the cracking roar, and he went off through the trees. Maria caught him finally and brought him back, shivering, trembling, his chest dark with sweat, the saddle down, and coming back through the trees, she heard shooting below, and she thought, "I cannot stand this longer. I cannot live not knowing any longer. I cannot breathe, and my mouth is so dry. And I am afraid, and I am no good, and I frightened the horses, and only caught this horse by hazard because he knocked the saddle down against a tree and caught himself kicking into the stirrups. And now as I get the saddle up, oh God, I do not know. I cannot bear it. Oh, please have him be all right, for all my heart and all of me is at the bridge. The Republic is one thing, and we must win is another thing. But oh, sweet blessed Virgin, bring him back to me from the bridge, and I will do anything thou sayest ever. Because I am not here. There isn't any me. I am only with him. Take care of him for me, and that will be me. And then I will do the things for thee, and he will not mind, nor will it be against the Republic. Oh, please forgive me, for I am very confused. I am too confused now. But if thou takest care of him, I will do whatever is right. I will do what he says and what you say. With the 2 of me, I will do it. But this now not knowing, I cannot endure. Then
The horse tied again, she with the saddle up now, the blanket smoothed, hauling tight on the cinch, she heard the big, deep voice from the timber below. "Maria, Maria, thy Inglés is all right. Hear me." All right. Sin novidad. Maria held the saddle with both hands and pressed her cropped head hard against it and cried. She heard the deep voice shouting again, and she turned from the saddle and shouted, choking, "Yes, thank you." Then, choking again, thank you very much." When they heard the planes, they all looked up, and the planes were coming from Segovia, very high in the sky, silvery in the high sky, their drumming rising over all the other sounds. "Those," Pilar said. "There has only lacked those." Robert Jordan put his arm on her shoulders as he watched them. "Nay, woman," he said, "those do not come for us. Those have no time for us. Calm thyself." "I hate them." "Me too. But now I must go to Augustine." He circled the hillside through the pines, and all the time there was the throbbing, drumming of the planes, and across the shattered bridge on the road below, around the bend of the road, there was the intermittent hammering fire of a heavy machine gun. Robert Jordan dropped down to where Augustine lay in the clump of scrub pines behind the automatic rifle, and more planes were coming all the time. "What passes below?" Augustine said. "What is Pablo doing? Doesn't he know the bridge is gone?" "Maybe he can't leave." "Then let us leave. The hell with him." "He will come now if he is able," Robert Jordan said. "We should see him now." "I have not heard him," Augustine said. "Not for 5 minutes. No. There, listen, there he is. That's him." There was a burst of the spotting fire of the cavalry submachine gun, then another, then another. "That's the bastard," Robert Jordan said. He watched still more planes coming over in the high, cloudless blue sky, and he watched Augustine's face as he looked up at them. Then he looked down at the shattered bridge and across to the stretch of road which still was clear. He coughed and spat and listened to the heavy machine gun hammer again below the bend. It sounded to be in the same place that it was before. "And what's that?" Augustine asked. "What the unnameable is that?" "It has been going since before I blew the bridge," Robert Jordan said. He looked down at the bridge now, and he could see the stream through the torn gap where the center had fallen, hanging like a bent steel apron. He heard the first of the planes that had gone over now bombing up above at the pass, and more were still coming. The noise of their motors filled all the high sky, and looking up, he saw their pursuit, minute and tiny, circling and wheeling high above them. "I don't think they ever crossed the lines the other morning," Primitivo said. "They must have swung off to the west and then come back. They could not be making an attack if they had seen these." "Most of these are new," Robert Jordan said. He had the feeling of something that had started normally and had then brought great, outsized, giant repercussions. It was as though you had thrown a stone, and the stone made a ripple, and the ripple returned roaring and toppling as a tidal wave. Or as though you shouted, and the echo came back in rolls and peals of thunder, and the thunder was deadly. Or as though you struck one man, and he fell, and as far as you could see, other men rose up all armed and armored. He was glad he was not with Goals up at the pass. Lying there, by Augustine, watching the planes going over,
listening for firing behind him, watching the road below where he knew he would see something, but not what it would be. He still felt numb with the surprise that he had not been killed at the bridge. He had accepted being killed so completely that all of this now seemed unreal. "Shake out of that," he said to himself. "Get rid of that. There is much, much, much to be done today." But it would not leave him, and he felt, consciously, all of this becoming like a dream. "You swallowed too much of that smoke," he told himself, but he knew it was not that. He could feel, solidly, how unreal it all was through the absolute reality, and he looked down at the bridge and then back to the sentry lying on the road, to where Anselmo lay, to Fernando against the bank, and back up the smooth brown road to the stalled truck, and still it was unreal. "You better sell out your part of you quickly," he told himself. "You're like one of those cocks in the pit where nobody has seen the wound given, and it doesn't show, and he is already going cold with it." "Nuts," he said to himself. "You are a little groggy is all, and you have a letdown after responsibility is all. Take it easy." Then Augustin grabbed his arm and pointed, and he looked across the gorge and saw Pablo. They saw Pablo come running around the corner of the bend in the road. At the sheer rock where the road went out of sight, they saw him stop and lean against the rock and fire back up the road. Robert Jordan saw Pablo, short, heavy, and stocky, his cap gone, leaning against the rock wall and firing the short cavalry automatic rifle, and he could see the bright flicker of the cascading brass hulls as the sun caught them. They saw Pablo crouch and fire another burst. Then, without looking back, he came running, short, bow-legged, fast, his head bent down straight toward the bridge. Robert Jordan had pushed Augustin over, and he had the stock of the big automatic rifle against his shoulder and was sighting on the bend of the road. His own submachine gun lay by his left hand. It was not accurate enough for that range. As Pablo came toward them, Robert Jordan sighted on the bend, but nothing came. Pablo had reached the bridge, looked over his shoulder once, glanced at the bridge, and then turned to his left and gone down into the gorge and out of sight. Robert Jordan was still watching the bend, and nothing had come in sight. Augustin got up on one knee. He could see Pablo climbing down into the gorge like a goat. There had been no noise of firing below since they had first seen Pablo. "You see anything up above? On the rocks above?" Robert Jordan asked. "Nothing." Robert Jordan watched the bend of the road. He knew the wall just below that was too steep for anyone to climb, but below it eased, and someone might have circled up above. If things had been unreal before, they were suddenly real enough now. It was as though a reflex lens camera had been suddenly brought into focus. It was then he saw the low-bodied, angled snout and squat green, gray, and brown-splashed turret with the projecting machine gun come around the bend into the bright sun. He fired on it, and he could hear the spang against the steel. The little Whippet tank scuttled back behind the rock wall. Watching the corner, Robert Jordan saw the nose just reappear. Then the edge of the turret showed, and the turret swung so that the gun was pointing down the road. "It seems like a mouse coming out of his hole," Augustin said. "Look, Inglés." "He has little confidence," Robert Jordan said. "This is the big insect Pablo has been fighting," Augustin said. "Hit him again, Inglés." "Nay, I cannot hurt him. I don't want him to see where we are." The tank commenced to fire down the road. The bullets hit the road surface and sung off, and now they were pinging and clanging in the iron of the bridge. It was the same machine gun they had heard below. Cabron, Augustine said. Is that the famous tanks, Ingles? That's a baby one. Cabron, if I had a baby bottle full of gasoline, I would climb up there and set fire to him. What will he do, Ingles? After a while, he will have another look. And these are what men fear, Augustine said. Look, Ingles, he's re-killing the centuries. Since he has no other target, Robert Jordan said, do not reproach him. But he was thinking, sure, make fun of him. But suppose it was you, way back here in your own country, and they held you up with firing on the main road. Then a bridge was blown. Wouldn't you think it was mined ahead, or that there was a trap? Sure you would. He's done all right. He's waiting for something else to come up. He's engaging the enemy. It's only us, but he can't tell that. Look at the little bastard. The little tank had nosed a little farther around the corner. Just then, Augustine saw Pablo coming over the edge of the gorge, pulling himself over on hands and knees, his bristly face running with sweat. Here comes the son of a bitch, he said. Who? Pablo. Robert Jordan looked, saw Pablo, and then he commenced firing at the part of the camouflaged turret of the tank, where he knew the slit above the machine gun would be. The little tank whirred backwards, scuttling out of sight, and Robert Jordan picked up the automatic rifle, clamped the tripod against the barrel, and swung the gun with its still hot muzzle over his shoulder. The muzzle was so hot it burned his shoulder, and he shoved it far behind him, turning the stock flat in his hand. "Bring the sack of pans and my little machina," he shouted, "and come running." Robert Jordan ran up the hill through the pines. Augustine was close behind him, and behind him Pablo was coming. "Pilar," Jordan shouted across the hill, "come on, woman." The three of them were going as fast as they could up the steep slope. They could not run any more because the grade was too severe, and Pablo, who had no load but the light cavalry submachine gun, had closed up with the other two. "And thy people," Augustine said to Pablo out of his dry mouth. "All dead," Pablo said. He was almost unable to breathe. Augustine turned his head and looked at him. "We have plenty of horses now, Ingles," Pablo panted. "Good," Robert Jordan said. "The murderous bastard," he thought. "What did you encounter?" "Everything," Pablo said. He was breathing in lunges. "What passed with Pilar?" "She lost Fernando and the brother." "Eladio," Augustine said. "And thou?" Pablo asked. "I lost Anselmo." "There are lots of horses," Pablo said, "even for the baggage." Augustine bit his lip, looked at Robert Jordan, and shook his head. Below them, out of sight through the trees, they heard the tank firing on the road and bridge again. Robert Jordan jerked his head. "What passed with that?" he said to Pablo. He did not like to look at Pablo, nor to smell him, but he wanted to hear him. "I could not leave with that there," Pablo said. "We were barricaded at the lower bend of the post. Finally, it went back to look for something, and I came." "What were you shooting at the bend?" Augustine asked bluntly. Pablo looked at him, started to grin, thought better of it, and said nothing. "Did you shoot them all?" Augustine asked. Robert Jordan was thinking, "Keep your mouth shut. It is none of your business now. They have done all that you could expect and more. This is an intertribal matter. Don't make moral judgments. What do you expect from a murderer? You're working with a murderer." "Keep your mouth shut," You knew enough about him before. This is nothing new. But you dirty bastard, he thought. You dirty, rotten bastard. His chest was aching with climbing, as though it would split after the running, and ahead now through the trees he saw the horses. Go ahead, Augustine was saying. Why do you not say you shot them? Shut up, Pablo said. I have fought much today and well. Ask the Inglés. And now get us through today, Robert Jordan said, for it is thee who has the plan for this. I have a good plan, Pablo said. With a little luck, we will be all right. He was beginning to breathe better. You're not going to kill any of us, are you? Augustine said. For I will kill thee now. Shut up, Pablo said. I have to look after thy interest and that of the band. This is war. One cannot do what one would wish. Cabron, said Augustine, you take all the prizes. Tell me what thou encountered below, Robert Jordan said to Pablo. Everything, Pablo repeated. He was still breathing as though it were tearing his chest, but he could talk steadily now, and his face and head were running with sweat, and his shoulders and chest were soaked with it. He looked at Robert Jordan cautiously to see if he were really friendly, and then he grinned. Everything, he said again. First, we took the post. Then came a motorcyclist. Then another. Then an ambulance. Then a camion. Then the tank. Just before thou didst the bridge. Then the tank could not hurt us, but we could not leave, for it commanded the road. Then it went away, and I came. And thy people, Augustine put in, still looking for trouble. Shut up. Pablo looked at him squarely, and his face was the face of a man who had fought well before any other thing had happened. They were not of our band. Now they could see the horses tied to the trees, the sun coming down on them through the pine branches, and them tossing their heads and kicking against the botflies. And Robert Jordan saw Maria, and the next thing he was holding her tight, with the automatic rifle leaning against his side, the flash cone pressing against his ribs, and Maria saying, Thou, Roberto, oh, thou. Yes, Rabbit, my good, good Rabbit, now we go. Art thou here truly? Yes, yes, truly, oh, thou. He had never thought that you could know that there was a woman if there was battle, nor that any part of you could know it or respond to it, nor that if there was a woman that she should have breasts small, round, and tight against you through a shirt, nor that they, the breasts, could know about the two of them in battle. But it was true, and he thought, good, that's good. I would not have believed that. And he held her to him once hard, but he did not look at her. And then he slapped her where he never had slapped her, and said, Mount, mount, get on that saddle, guapa. Then they were untying the halters, and Robert Jordan had given the automatic rifle back to Augustine, and slung his own submachine gun over his back, and he was putting bombs out of his pockets into the saddlebags, and he stuffed one empty pack inside the other and tied that one behind his saddle. Then Pilar came up, so breathless from the climb she could not talk, but only motioned. Then Pablo stuffed 3 hobbles he had in his hand into a saddlebag, stood up and said, "Que tal, woman?" And she only nodded, and then they were all mounting. Robert Jordan was on the big gray he had first seen in the snow of the morning of the day before, and he felt that it was much horse between his legs and under his hands. He was wearing rope-soled shoes, and the stirrups were a little too short. His submachine gun was slung over his shoulder, his pockets were full of clips, and he was sitting reloading the one used clip, the reins under one arm, tight, watching Pilar mount into a strange sort of seat on top of the duffel lashed onto the saddle of the buckskin. "Cut that stuff loose for God's sake," Primitivo said. "Thou wilt fall, and the horse cannot carry it." "Shut up," said Pilar. "We go to make a life with this." "Canst ride like that, woman?" Pablo asked her from the Guardia Civil saddle on the great bay horse. "Like any milk peddler," Pilar told him. "How do you go, old one?" "Straight down, across the road, up the far slope, and into the timber where it narrows." Across the road? Agustin wheeled beside him, kicking his soft-heeled canvas shoes against the stiff, unresponding belly of one of the horses Pablo had recruited in the night. "Yes, man, it is the only way," Pablo said. He handed him one of the lead ropes. Primitivo and the gypsy had the others. "Thou canst come at the end if thou will, Inglés," Pablo said. "We cross high enough to be out of range of that machina, but we will go separately and riding much, and then be together where it narrows above." "Good," said Robert Jordan. They rode down through the timber toward the edge of the road. Robert Jordan rode just behind Maria. He could not ride beside her for the timber. He caressed the gray once with his thigh muscles, and then held him steady as they dropped down fast and sliding through the pines, telling the gray with his thighs as they dropped down what the spurs would have told him if they had been on level ground. "Thou," he said to Maria, "go second as they cross the road. First is not so bad, though it seems bad. Second is good. It is later that they are always watching for. But thou—" "I will go suddenly. There will be no problem. It is the places in line that are bad." He was watching the round, bristly head of Pablo, sunk in his shoulders as he rode, his automatic rifle slung over his shoulder. He was watching Pilar, her head bare, her shoulders broad, her knees higher than her thighs as her heels hooked into the bundles. She looked back at him once and shook her head. "Pass the Pilar before you cross the road," Robert Jordan said to Maria. Then he was looking through the thinning trees, and he saw the oiled dark of the road below, and beyond it, the green slope of the hillside. "We are above the culvert," he saw, and just below the height where the road drops down straight toward the bridge in that long sweep. "We are around 800 yards above the bridge. That is not out of range for the Fiat in that little tank if they have come up to the bridge." "Maria," he said, "pass the Pilar before we reach the road and ride wide up that slope." She looked back at him, but did not say anything. He did not look at her except to see that she had understood. "Comprendes?" he asked her. She nodded. "Move up," he said. She shook her head. "Move up." "Nay," she told him, turning around and shaking her head. "I go in the order that I am to go." Just then, Pablo dug both his spurs into the big bay, and he plunged down the last pine-needled slope and crossed the road in a pounding, sparking of shod hooves. The others came behind him, and Robert Jordan saw them crossing the road and slamming on up the green slope, and heard the machine gun hammer at the bridge. Then he heard a noise come, swish, crack, boom. The boom was a sharp crack that widened in the cracking, and on the hillside he saw a small fountain of earth rise with a plume of gray smoke. Swish, crack, boom. It came again, the swishing like the noise of a rocket, and there was another up-pulsing of dirt and smoke farther up the hillside.
Ahead of him, the gypsy was stopped beside the road in the shelter of the last trees. He looked ahead at the slope, and then he looked back toward Robert Jordan. "Go ahead, Raphael," Robert Jordan said. "Gallop, man." The gypsy was holding the lead rope with the pack horse pulling his head taut behind him. "Drop the pack horse and gallop," Robert Jordan said. He saw the gypsy's hand extended behind him, rising higher and higher, seeming to take forever as his heels kicked into the horse he was riding, and the rope came taut, then dropped, and he was across the road, and Robert Jordan was kneeing against a frightened pack horse that bumped back into him as the gypsy crossed the hard, dark road, and he heard his horse's hooves clumping as he galloped up the slope. Wheesh! Crack! The flat trajectory of the shell came, and he saw the gypsy jink like a running boar as the earth spouted the little black and gray geyser ahead of him. He watched him galloping, slow and reaching now, up the long green slope, and the gun threw behind him and ahead of him, and he was under the fold of the hill with the others. "I can't take the damned pack horse," Robert Jordan thought, "though I wish I could keep the son of a bitch on my offside. I'd like to have him between me and that 47 millimeter they're throwing with. By God, I'll try to get him up there anyway." He rode up to the pack horse, caught hold of the hackamore, and then, holding the rope, the horse trotting behind him, rode 50 yards up through the trees. At the edge of the trees, he looked down the road past the truck to the bridge. He could see men out on the bridge, and behind it looked like a traffic jam on the road. Robert Jordan looked around, saw what he wanted finally, and reached up and broke a dead limb from a pine tree. He dropped the hackamore, edged the pack horse up to the slope that slanted down to the road, and then hit him hard across the rump with the tree branch. "Go on, you son of a bitch," he said, and threw the dead branch after him as the pack horse crossed the road and started across the slope. The branch hit him, and the horse broke from a run into a gallop. Robert Jordan rode 30 yards farther up the road. Beyond that, the bank was too steep. The gun was firing now, with the rocket whish and the cracking, dirt-spouting boom. "Come on, you big gray fascist bastard," Robert Jordan said to the horse, and put him down the slope in a sliding plunge. Then he was out in the open. Over the road that was so hard under the hooves, he felt the pound of it come up all the way to his shoulders, his neck, and his teeth. Onto the smooth of the slope, the hooves finding it, cutting it, pounding it, reaching, throwing, going. And he looked down across the slope to where the bridge showed now at a new angle he had never seen. It crossed in profile now without foreshortening, and in the center was the broken place, and behind it on the road was the little tank, and behind the little tank was a big tank with a gun that flashed now yellow bright as a mirror, and the screech as the air ripped apart seemed almost over the gray neck that stretched ahead of him, and he turned his head as the dirt fountained up the hillside. The pack horse was ahead of him, swinging too far to the right and slowing down, and Robert Jordan, galloping, his head turned a little toward the bridge, saw the line of trucks halted behind the turn that showed now clearly as he was gaining height, and he saw the bright yellow flash that signaled the instant whish and boom, and the shell fell short. But he heard the metal sailing from where the dirt rose. He saw them all ahead in the edge of the timber watching him, and he said, "Arre, caballo, go on, horse," and felt his big horse's chest surging with the steepening of the slope, and saw the gray neck stretching and the gray ears ahead, and he reached and patted the wet gray neck, and he looked back at the bridge,
and saw the bright flash from the heavy, squat, mud-colored tank there on the road. And then he did not hear any wish, but only a banging, acrid-smelling clang like a boiler being ripped apart. And he was under the gray horse, and the gray horse was kicking, and he was trying to pull out from under the weight. He could move all right. He could move toward the right, but his left leg stayed perfectly flat under the horse as he moved to the right. It was as though there was a new joint in it, not the hip joint, but another one that went sideways like a hinge. Then he knew what it was all right, and just then the gray horse kneed himself up, and Robert Jordan's right leg, that had kicked the stirrup loose just as it should, slipped clear over the saddle, and he felt with his 2 hands of his thigh bone where the left leg lay flat against the ground, and his hands both felt the sharp bone and where it pressed against the skin. The gray horse was standing almost over him, and he could see his ribs heaving. The grass was green where he sat, and there were meadow flowers in it, and he looked down the slope across to the road and the bridge and the gorge and the road, and saw the tank and waited for the next flash. It came almost at once, with again no wish, and in the burst of it, with the smell of the high explosive, the dirt clods scattering, and the steel whirring off, he saw the big gray horse sit quietly down beside him, as though it were a horse in a circus. And then, looking at the horse sitting there, he heard the sound the horse was making. Then Primitivo and Agustin had him under the armpits and were dragging him up the last slope, and the new joint in his leg let it swing any way the ground swung it. Once a shell whished close over them, and they dropped him and fell flat, but the dirt scattered over them, and the metal sung off, and they picked him up again. And then they had him up to the shelter of the long draw in the timber where the horses were, and Maria, Pilar, and Pablo were standing over him. Maria was kneeling by him and saying, "Roberto, what hast thou?" He said, sweating heavily, "The left leg is broken, guapa." "We will bind it up," Pilar said. "Thou canst ride that." She pointed to one of the horses that was packed. "Cut off the load." Robert Jordan saw Pablo shake his head, and he nodded at him. "Get along," he said. Then he said, "Listen, Pablo, come here." The sweat-streaked, bristly face bent down by him, and Robert Jordan smelt the full smell of Pablo. "Let us speak," he said to Pilar and Maria. "I have to speak to Pablo." "Does it hurt much?" Pablo asked. He was bending close over Robert Jordan. "No, I think the nerve is crushed. Listen, get along. I am mucked, see? I will talk to the girl for a moment. When I say to take her, take her. She will want to stay. I will only speak to her for a moment." "Clearly, there is not much time," Pablo said. "Clearly." "I think you would do better in the Republic," Robert Jordan said. "Nay, I am for Grados." "Use thy head." "Talk to her now," Pablo said. "There is little time. I am sorry thou hast this, Ingles." "Since I have it," Robert Jordan said, "let us not speak of it, but use thy head. Thou hast much head. Use it." "Why would I not?" said Pablo. "Talk now fast, Ingles. There is no time." Pablo went over to the nearest tree and watched down the slope, across the slope, and up the road across the gorge. Pablo was looking at the gray horse on the slope with true regret on his face, and Pilar and Maria were with Robert Jordan where he sat against the tree trunk. "Slit the trouser, will thee?" he said to Pilar. Maria crouched by him and did not speak. The sun was on her hair, and her face was twisted as a child's contorts before it cries, but she was not crying. Pilar took her knife and slit his trouser leg down below the left-hand pocket. Robert Jordan spread the cloth with his hands and looked at the stretch of his thigh. 10 inches below the hip joint, there was a pointed, purple swelling like a sharp-peaked little tent, and as he touched it with his fingers, he could feel the snapped-off thigh bone tight against the skin. His leg was lying at an odd angle. He looked up at Pilar. Her face had the same expression as Maria's. "Anda," he said to her, "go." She went away with her head down, without saying anything nor looking back, and Robert Jordan could see her shoulders shaking. "Guapa," he said to Maria, and took hold of her 2 hands. "Listen, we will not be going to Madrid." Then she started to cry. "No, Guapa, don't," he said. "Listen. We will not go to Madrid now, but I go always with thee, wherever thou goest. Understand?" She said nothing and pushed her head against his cheek with her arms around him. "Listen to this well, Rabbit," he said. He knew there was a great hurry, and he was sweating very much, but this had to be said and understood. "Thou wilt go now, Rabbit, but I go with thee. As long as there is one of us, there is both of us. Do you understand?" "Nay, I stay with thee." "Nay, Rabbit, what I do now, I do alone. I could not do it well with thee. If thou goest, then I go too. Do you not see how it is? Whichever one there is both. I will stay with thee." "Nay, Rabbit, listen. That people cannot do together. Each one must do it alone. But if thou goest, then I go with thee. It is in that way that I go too. Thou wilt go now, I know, for thou art good and kind. Thou wilt go now for us both." "But it is easier if I stay with thee," she said. "It is better for me." "Yes, therefore go for a favor. Do it for me, since it is what thou canst do." "But you don't understand, Roberto. What about me? It is worse for me to go." "Surely," he said, "it is harder for thee, but I am thee also now." She said nothing. He looked at her, and he was sweating heavily, and he spoke now, trying harder to do something than he had ever tried in all his life. "Now you will go for us both," he said. "You must not be selfish, Rabbit. You must do your duty now." She shook her head. "You are me now," he said. "Surely thou must feel it, Rabbit. Rabbit, listen," he said. "Truly thus I go too. I swear it to thee." She said nothing. "Now you see it," he said. "Now I see it is clear. Now thou wilt go. Good. Now you are going. Now you have said you will go." She had said nothing. "Now I thank thee for it. Now you are going well and fast and far, and we both go in thee. Now put thy hand here. Now put thy head down. Nay, put it down. That is right. Now I put my hand there. Good. Thou art so good. Now do not think more. Now art thou doing what thou should. Now thou art obeying. Not me, but us both. The me in thee. Now you go for us both. Truly. We both go in thee now. This I have promised thee. Thou art very good to go and very kind."
He jerked his head at Pablo, who was half looking at him from the tree, and Pablo started over. He motioned with his thumb to Pilar. "We will go to Madrid another time, Rabbit," he said. "Truly. Now stand up and go, and we both go." "Stand up. See." "No," she said, and held him tight around the neck. He spoke now still calmly and reasonably, but with great authority. "Stand up," he said. "Thou art me too now. Thou art all there will be of me. Stand up." She stood up slowly, crying, and with her head down. Then she dropped quickly beside him, and then stood up again, slowly and tiredly, as he said, "Stand up, guapa."
Pilar was holding her by the arm, and she was standing there. "Vámonos," Pilar said. "Dost lack anything, Inglés?" She looked at him and shook her head. "No," he said, and went on talking to Maria. "There is no goodbye, guapa, because we are not apart. That it should be good in the Gredos. Go now, go good." "Nay," he spoke now, still calmly and reasonably, as Pilar walked the girl along.
"Do not turn around. Put thy foot in. Yes, thy foot in. Help her up," he said to Pilar. "Get her in the saddle. Swing up now." He turned his head, sweating, and looked down the slope, then back toward where the girl was in the saddle with Pilar by her and Pablo just behind. "Now go," he said. "Go." She started to look around. "Don't look around," Robert Jordan said. "Go." And Pablo hit the horse across the crupper with a hobbling strap, and it looked as though Maria tried to slip from the saddle, but Pilar and Pablo were riding close up against her, and Pilar was holding her, and the 3 horses were going up the draw. "Roberto!" Maria turned and shouted. "Let me stay! Let me stay!" "I am with thee!" Robert Jordan shouted. "I am with thee now! We are both there!" Then they were out of sight, around the corner of the draw, and he was soaking wet with sweat and looking at nothing. Augustine was standing by him. "Do you want me to shoot thee, Inglés?" he asked, leaning down close. "Quieres? It is nothing." "No hace falta," Robert Jordan said. "Get along. I am very well here." "Me cago en la leche que me han dado," Agustín said. He was crying, so he could not see Robert Jordan clearly. "Salud, Inglés." "Salud, old one," Robert Jordan said. He was looking down the slope now. "Look well after the cropped head, wilt thou?" "There is no problem," Agustín said. "Thou hast what thou needest." "There are very few shells for this máquina, so I will keep it," Robert Jordan said. "Thou canst now get more. For that other and the one of Pablo, yes." "I cleaned out the barrel," Agustín said, "where thou plugged it in the dirt with the fall." "What became of the pack horse?" "The gypsy caught it." Agustín was on the horse now, but he did not want to go. He leaned far over toward the tree where Robert Jordan lay. "Go on, viejo," Robert Jordan said to him. "In war, there are many things like this." "Qué puta es la guerra," Agustín said. "War is a bitchery." "Yes, man, yes, but get on with thee." "Salud, Inglés," Agustín said, clenching his right fist. "Salud," Robert Jordan said, "but get along, man." Agustín wheeled his horse and brought his right fist down as though he cursed again with the motion of it, and rode up the draw. All the others had been out of sight long before. He looked back where the draw turned in the timber and waved his fist. Robert Jordan waved,
And then Augustine, too, was out of sight. Robert Jordan looked down the green slope of the hillside to the road and the bridge. I'm as well this way as any, he thought. It wouldn't be worth risking getting over on my belly yet. Not as close as that thing was to the surface, and I can see better this way. He felt empty and drained and exhausted from all of it and from them going, and his mouth tasted of bile. Now, finally and at last, there was no problem. However all of it had been, and however all of it would ever be now, for him, no longer was there any problem. They were all gone now, and he was alone with his back against a tree. He looked down across the green slope, seeing the gray horse where Augustine had shot him, and on down the slope to the road with the timber-covered country behind it. Then he looked at the bridge, and across the bridge, and watched the activity on the bridge and the road. He could see the trucks now, all down the lower road. The gray of the trucks showed through the trees. Then he looked back up the road to where it came down over the hill. They will be coming soon now, he thought. Pilar will take care of her as well as anyone can. You know that. Pablo must have a sound plan, or he would not have tried it. You do not have to worry about Pablo. It does no good to think about Maria. Try to believe what you told her. That is the best. And who says it is not true? Not you. You don't say it, any more than you would say the things did not happen that happened. Stay with what you believe now. Don't get cynical. The time is too short, and you have just sent her away. Each one does what he can. You can do nothing for yourself, but perhaps you can do something for another. Well, we had all our luck in 4 days. Not 4 days. It was afternoon when I first got there, and it will not noon today. That makes not quite 3 days and 3 nights. Keep it accurate, he said. Quite accurate. I think you better get down now, he thought. You better get fixed around some way where you will be useful instead of leaning against this tree like a tramp. You have had much luck. There are many worse things than this. Everyone has to do this one day or another. You are not afraid of it once you know you have to do it, are you? No, he said, truly. It was lucky the nerve was crushed, though. I cannot even feel that there is anything below the break. He touched the lower part of his leg, and it was as though it were not part of his body. He looked down the hill slope again, and he thought, I hate to leave it, is all. I hate to leave it very much, and I hope I have done some good in it. I have tried to, with what talent I had. Have, you mean? All right, have. I have fought for what I believed in for a year now. If we win here, we will win everywhere. The world is a fine place and worth the fighting for, and I hate very much to leave it. And you had a lot of luck, he told himself, to have had such a good life. You've had just as good a life as grandfather's, though not as long. You've had as good a life as anyone because of these last days. You do not want to complain when you have been so lucky. I wish there was some way to pass on what I've learned, though. Christ, I was learning fast there at the end. I'd like to talk to Kharkov. That is in Madrid. Just over the hills there and down across the plain. Down out of the gray rocks and the pines, the heather and the gorse, across the yellow high plateau, you see it rising white and beautiful. That part is just as true as Pilar's old women drinking the blood down at the slaughterhouse. There's no one thing that's true. It's all true. The way the plains are beautiful, whether they are ours or theirs. The hell they are, he thought. You take it easy now, he said. Get turned over now while you still have time. Listen, one thing. Do you remember Pilar and the hand? Do you believe that crap? No, he said. Not with everything that's happened. No, I don't believe it. She was nice about it early this morning before the show started. She was afraid maybe I believed it. I don't, though. But she does. They see something. Or they feel something. Like a bird dog. What about extrasensory perception? What about obscenity? He said. She wouldn't say goodbye, he thought, because she knew if she did, Maria would never go. That Pilar. Get yourself turned over, Jordan. But he was reluctant to try it. Then he remembered that he had the small flask in his hip pocket, and he thought, I'll take a good spot of the giant killer, and then I'll try it. But the flask was not there when he felt for it. Then he felt that much more alone, because he knew there was not going to be even that. I guess I'd counted on that, he said. Do you suppose Pablo took it? Don't be silly. You must have lost it at the bridge. Come on now, Jordan, he said. Over you go. Then he took hold of his left leg with both hands and pulled on it hard, pulling toward the foot while he lay down beside the tree he had been resting his back against. Then, lying flat and pulling hard on the leg, so the broken end of the bone would not come up and cut through the thigh, he turned slowly around on his rump until the back of his head was facing downhill. Then, with his broken leg held by both hands uphill, he put the sole of his right foot against the instep of his left foot and pressed hard while he rolled, sweating, over onto his face and chest. He got onto his elbows, stretched the left leg well behind him with both hands and a far, sweating push with the right foot, and there he was. He felt with his fingers on the left thigh, and it was all right. The bone end had not punctured the skin, and the broken end was well into the muscle now. The big nerve must have been truly smashed when that damned horse rolled on it, he thought. It truly doesn't hurt at all. Except now in certain changes of positions. That's when the bone pinches something else. You see, he said. You see what luck is. You didn't need the giant killer at all. He reached over for the submachine gun, took the clip out that was in the magazine, felt in his pocket for clips, opened the action and looked through the barrel, put the clip back into the groove of the magazine until it clicked, and then looked down the hill slope. Maybe half an hour, he thought. Now take it easy. Then he looked at the hillside, and he looked at the pines, and he tried not to think at all. Then he looked at the stream, and he remembered how it had been under the bridge in the cool of the shadow. I wish they would come, he thought. I do not want to get in any sort of mixed-up state before they come. Who do you suppose has it easier? Ones with religion, or just taking it straight? It comforts them very much, but we know there is no thing to fear. It is only missing it that's bad. Dying is only bad when it takes a long time and hurts so much that it humiliates you. That is where you have all the luck, see? You don't have any of that. It's wonderful they've got away. I don't mind this at all now they are away. It is sort of the way I said. It is really very much that way. Look how different it would be if they were all scattered out across that hill where that gray horse is.
or if we were all cooped up here waiting for it. No, they're gone. They're away. Now, if the attack were only a success. What do you want? Everything.
I want everything, and I will take whatever I get. If this attack is no good, another one will be. I never noticed when the planes came back. God, that was lucky I could make her go. I'd like to tell Grandfather about this one. I'll bet he never had to go over and find his people and do a show like this. How do you know? He may have done 50. No, he said, be accurate.
Nobody did any 50 like this one. Nobody did 5. Nobody did 1, maybe not just like this. Sure, they must have. I wish they would come now, he said. I wish they would come right now, because the leg is starting to hurt now. It must be the swelling. We were going awfully good when that thing hit us, he thought. But it was only luck it didn't come while I was under the bridge.
When a thing is wrong, something's bound to happen. You were bitched when they gave Goals those orders. That was what you knew, and it was probably that which Pilar felt. But later on, we will have these things much better organized. We ought to have portable shortwave transmitters. Yes, there's a lot of things we ought to have. I ought to carry a spare leg, too. He grinned at that sweatily, because the leg, where the big nerve had been bruised by the fall, was hurting badly now. Oh, let them come, he said. I don't want to do that business that my father did. I will do it all right, but I'd much prefer not to have to. I'm against that. Don't think about that. Don't think at all. I wish the bastards would come, he said. I wish so very much they'd come. His leg was hurting very badly now. The pain had started suddenly with the swelling after he had moved, and he said, "Maybe I'll just do it now. I guess I'm not awfully good at pain. Listen, if I do that now, you wouldn't misunderstand, would you?" "Who are you talking to?" "Nobody," he said. "Grandfather, I guess." "No, nobody." Oh, bloody it. I wish that they would come. Listen, I may have to do that, because if I pass out or anything like that, I am no good at all, and if they bring me to, they will ask me a lot of questions and do things and all, and that is no good. It's much best not to have them do those things. So why wouldn't it be all right to just do it now, and then the whole thing would be over with? Because, oh, listen, yes, listen, let them come now. "You're not good at this, Jordan," he said. "Not so good at this." And who is so good at this? I don't know, and I don't really care right now. But you are not. That's right, you're not at all. Oh, not at all, at all. I think it would be all right to do it now. Don't you? No, it isn't. Because there is something you can do yet. As long as you know what it is, you have to do it. As long as you remember what it is, you have to wait for that. Come on, let them come. Let them come. Let them come. Think about them being away, he said. Think about them going through the timber. Think about them crossing a creek. Think about them riding through the heather. Think about them going up the slope. Think about them okay tonight. Think about them traveling all night. Think about them hiding up tomorrow. Think about them. God damn it, think about them. That's just as far as I can think about them, he said. Think about Montana. I can't. Think about Madrid. I can't. Think about a cool drink of water. All right, that's what it will be like. like a cool drink of water. You're a liar. It will just be nothing. That's all it will be. Just nothing. Then do it. Do it. Do it now. It's all right to do it now. Go on and do it now. No, you have to wait. What for? You know all right. Then wait. I can't wait any longer now, he said. If I wait any longer, I'll pass out. I know, because I've felt it starting to go 3 times now, and I've held it. I held it all right, but I don't know about any more. What I think is you've got an internal hemorrhage there from where that thigh bone's cut around inside, especially on that turning business. That makes the swelling, and that's what weakens you and makes you start to pass. It would be all right to do it now. Really, I'm telling you that it would be all right. And if you wait and hold them up even a little while, or just get the officer, that may make all the difference. One thing well done can make... All right, he said, and he lay very quietly and tried to hold on to himself that he felt slipping away from himself as you feel snow starting to slip sometimes on a mountain slope. And he said, now quietly, then let me last until they come. Robert Jordan's luck held very good because he saw, just then, the cavalry ride out of the timber and cross the road. He watched them coming, riding up the slope. He saw the trooper who stopped by the gray horse and shouted to the officer who rode over to him. He watched them both looking down at the gray horse. They recognized him, of course. He and his rider had been missing since the early morning of the day before. Robert Jordan saw them there on the slope, close to him now, and below he saw the road and the bridge and the long lines of vehicles below it. He was completely integrated now, and he took a good long look at everything. Then he looked up at the sky. There were big white clouds in it. He touched the palm of his hand against the pine needles where he lay, and he touched the bark of the pine trunk that he lay behind. Then he rested easily as he could with his 2 elbows in the pine needles and the muzzle of the submachine gun resting against the trunk of the pine tree. As the officer came trotting now on the trail of the horses of the band, he would pass 20 yards below where Robert Jordan lay. At that distance, there would be no problem. The officer was Lieutenant Berendo. He had come up from La Granja when they had been ordered up after the first report of the attack on the lower post. They had ridden hard and had then had to swing back because the bridge had been blown, to cross the gorge high above and come around through the timber. Their horses were wet and blown, and they had to be urged into the trot. Lieutenant Berendo, watching the trail, came riding up, his thin face serious and grave. His submachine gun lay across his saddle in the crook of his left arm. Robert Jordan lay behind the tree, holding on to himself very carefully and delicately to keep his hands steady. He was waiting until the officer reached the sunlit place where the first trees of the pine forest joined the green slope of the meadow. He could feel his heart beating against the pine needle floor of the forest. Thank you for joining us on this journey through Hemingway's timeless story. Your time is precious, and I'm truly grateful you spent it here, reflecting on love, war, and the human spirit. If this story touched your heart, please consider subscribing, leaving a comment, or simply sharing your thoughts. Until we meet again, take care and keep seeking stories that move your soul.